it's about $2,500. That's where it's going to be end of 20. Total factor productivity, don't mind what it's something that I'll explain to you later. Minus 1.02. 2020 it was minus 1.1. Now this year is projected to be 2.4, and it's a good pointer. The average rate of inflation, official inflation, was 14%, 5 years. 2020 it came to 15%, and now it's about 22%. Which means that if you kept 100,000 under your pillow in January 1, and you woke up on Christmas Day to spend that 100,000, it will be worth only 80,000. But if you bought some goods and kept a bag of rice under your bed in January, when you wake up in December, when you sell it, you will sell that bag of rice for about 20% higher than the price at which you bought it. Now, our oil revenue average per year was about $9.3 billion. Then it came 10.24, that's our own share. And now it's down to about $1.39 billion. Why? Because of oil theft, bunkering, and so on and so forth. Average gross external reserves was $38 billion, 5 years average. 2020, 35. Today is 35. The external debt, 5-year average was $27 billion. Came to 33, it's now $41 billion. The exchange rate for 5 years average was 363 naira to $1. You bought your dollars for 363 naira. In 2020, during the height of COVID, you paid 470 for the dollar. As of yesterday, you bought it for 740. It had got to 815, mind you. Stock market had 16 trillion capitalization. It came to 21 trillion, it's now 29 trillion. So what are the key takeaways from this? What does this tell you? It tells you, and I break down the data, there's what we call that line you see there is what we call the production possibility frontier. If all of us in this room, all of us in Nigeria were working efficiently, smartly, and everything, we should be able to produce $1.6 trillion. Well, if we all sleep and go on easy street, and what we have a natural wealth economy, bring the oil from the ground, we run to Abuja, share it, and spend it, you have $477 billion. That's all that we produce in a whole year. Everybody, $477 billion. Don't forget, Ben Arnold has $211 billion. So all of us put together, sleeping, waking, and hustling, stealing oil and everything. That's what it is. But we could be producing 1.6. We could be producing 4 times what we are producing. So you have your labor force here. You have 74 million people. Out of these 200 million people, 74 million people can work according to World Bank definition. And we have capital stock of 667. So it tells you that Nigeria is nowhere near its production possibility frontier. 2, underutilization of capital stock, suboptimal performance. But you've heard this before. Now let us put some numbers to it. In 2013, our population was 174 million people. Our GDP per head was $3,000 roughly. In 2022, when you do the numbers again, we say we are 280 million people. Don't forget, of these 280 million people, how many people voted? Right? We had 8, 16, 21 million people voted in what was supposed to be highly contentious. So where did all the others go? Of course, those who can vote are 18 years and above. Lagos has a population of God knows how many. 6 million registered voters. We're lucky to produce 1 Everybody put together 1 million voters. So, if you believe the population numbers, the number tells you this. That total income 10 years ago for Nigeria was $514 billion. Today it has dropped to 477. So, you are 25%, population has increased by 25%, while your income per capita has dropped by 25%. So you remember Malthus said that food will be growing by an arithmetical progression, while population will be growing at a geometric progression, which means that if you do nothing, the country becomes an animal farm. Okay, so that's where Malthus tells you this. But let's look at how Nigeria fares with the rest of the world. Don't forget, the United States has a population of 3% of the world population, produces 25% of global output. Nigeria, on the other hand, has 2.78% of global population and produces only 0.45% of global output. In other words, we are parasites to the rest of the world. But where are our sources of comparative advantage? We have a high population. 39% of Nigerians are nascent or direct entrepreneurs. Every Nigerian is selling or buying things. The median age is 18. Fair enough. We have great potential in cocoa, cashew nuts, sesame seeds, palm oil, groundnut, crude oil, gas, gold, tin, iron ore, lead, limestone, zinc. That's fine. But what have we done with this? Next slide will show you. This is what we have done. Resource mismanagement and missed opportunities. But you can see that after peaking, if you go from 1960, you can see the gradient shows everything goes. But now we've got to a point where the upside is limited and the downside is staring at us. So doing nothing is no longer an option. So the resources are there, and there's a positive economic outlook, right? So, what is that? Nigeria at crossroads. What next for Nigeria? The creditors are beckoning. You see, everybody in Nigeria, the old economic team, the new economic team, everybody's in Washington doing what? Spring meetings. Why are they there? To discuss the debt ticking time bomb. Strangely enough, many of the people that are there went in private jets, while the people that are going to lend you money went in public transport. So what do we see? In 2013, the total contractual debt of Nigeria was $18 billion. In fact, $18.8 billion. Non-contractual debt was $24 billion. Every Nigerian in this room in 2013 owed $50, each of you. My late father used to tell me that, look, please, every day, national debt. Can they calculate my own so I can pay and let me? So I used to laugh because my father was a lawyer. He didn't understand. He said, I don't understand this. Just let me pay my own and let me be free of this nonsense. So I tried to explain to him. I said, but before you came, before you were born, somebody built a road, somebody built a bridge and borrowed money. So you inherited some debt. And so when you are leaving the world also, you will have to leave some debt. He said, let them calculate my own, my children, my grandchildren. Let me just pay. I know that they will have a certificate of free, debt-free. And I used to laugh about it. So, but 10 years later, your debt has increased from $50 a head to $140 a head. But if you add in, right? So when you take the two together, both contractual and non-contractual, each person sitting in this room is now owing $190 each. And if you add the non-contractual debt, according to the EIU, we are owing $367 each. So you remember the income also grew by a certain amount, right? Your debt. So the question is, what did you do with the debt, or those who borrowed on your behalf? So whether you jackpot or you don't jackpot, the debt you are owing. So, next slide. So, multilateral debt is 48% of all our debt. The non-contractual, 12%. Then the commercial debt, this is where the matter becomes difficult. That commercial debt is 37%. And it's growing. Before, don't forget, in 2002, 2003, when Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and others were negotiating this debt forgiveness, they had what we call highly indebted poor country initiative. So we said we are poor, yes, right? It's okay. You are owing $37 billion, pay 18. I think we paid about 12 or 14, and we wrote off everything. So in 2003, 2004, we were debt free. Then, like drunken sailors, we started again. Now we are back to worse than where we were at that time. So we have promising us and all that. Now, the boys in Washington that are drinking tea there now have to negotiate. First of all, you have to come up with your policies, come up with this, and then, but just look around you. What has happened to Ghana? What has happened to Kenya? What has happened? But now the next slide will tell you that doing nothing is not an option anymore. It's not even on the table. You must do something. And what are the options? Do nothing and default, and we just become like Idi Amin's Uganda. Orthodox refinancing, go to Washington, come up with your terms. Somebody said at the beginning, I think the pastor, Tunde said, oh yes, that there are some palliatives. $800 million palliatives that we're talking about. Right? You're going to borrow $800 million. What is $800 million? Right? What you're spending in the supplementary election of today is, what happened to the palliatives during the COVID? Was that not the beginning of the NSAS when they went into the warehouses and found out the palliatives were there and people had given to their wives to sell, right? So we must go and negotiate our terms. When you go to Washington, the Bretton Woods Institution, luckily you have Mr. Banga now, who's the president of the World Bank, an Indian American. You have to come up with how you want to reform your economy, and I'm going to touch on that in a few minutes. Or we go to the Chinese. As we speak, somebody's in China, I think Lula of Brazil is in China, saying that I like China as a China Development Bank. But the Chinese are doing business in Nigeria. And recently they cut off all our credit. Because on one hand, they are supporting us. On the other hand, we impounded their shares in ADAX. And they said, forget it. Right? So now we have the rail project, we have Mambila power project, we have all sorts of things which the Chinese, but the Chinese don't do business easily. They have very strict terms. And they must bring their people to build, deliver, and all of that. So we have three options: do nothing, default, go through the normal process, adjust, go to the Chinese, and what you see is what you get. So what are the reforms? Because you have to reform. Reform come in, there's policy reform, there's institutional reform. So policy reform, you change your trade policy, your foreign exchange policy, your interest rate policy, and all those things to incentivize people to invest, to make them comfortable. Then you have institutional reform. Even if you have the best policies and you have weak and threatened institutions, no outcome. So what are the policy reforms we see? We see, one, tax to GDP ratio. In other words, whether we like it or not, there's going to be an increase in VAT. When we're doing the minimum wage in 2019, VAT was 5%, and we're collecting about 850 billion naira. So as the chairman of the committee, I proposed and was approved that, okay, the reasoning was that we increase minimum wage from 18 to 30. Then we increased everybody, rather than do a percentage like we've done in the past, we recommended that every senior officer got 10,000 naira only. If you're a pump sec, you got 10,000. If you're on 18,000, you went to 30. And if you're a youth corper, you went to 33, because youth corpers must earn 10% more than the... So we did all of that, calculated the consequential cost. And then the only way to fund it without creating inflation was to suggest that we increase VAT. Luckily, we overruled the majority who didn't want it to happen and went from 5% to 7.5%. What we sucked out of the economy was more than what we put in, because what we were putting in was not going to produce anything anyway. So you didn't have any inflationary. So now, VAT is, some people say you should go from 7.5 to 10. Some people are saying you should go from 7.5 to 15. And you know the implication of that. So, but you have to do it. Why is VAT? It is the most regressive tax. In other words, your driver will pay the same VAT as Dangote and Adenuga. So it's not a fair tax for everybody, but it's the easiest thing to collect. Does it distort the allocation resources? No. So, we expect to collect, and I will tell you the numbers. We also have the question of fuel subsidy, and I will touch on that in a minute. We have exchange rate and electricity tariff. And we also have the difference between inflation rate and the deposit rates. All these things you've heard before, but this time I'm going to give you the numbers so you can see exactly what it means if our projections are right. This is what we see. Before the reform, the official rate of exchange today is 462 naira, but your wife has to be the brother of the managing director of the bank to get the Form A to get. So, post-reform, we think that the official rate will go to 600 naira. And the parallel rate will be 630 naira, not 740. This is part of the pain. The price of petrol, which is currently 185 officially, if you can afford to queue, that price of petrol will go to 756 naira. All of this is to clear the market. VAT will go from 7.5 to 10, interest rates will go from 14 to 19, and electricity tariff will go from 72 naira per kilowatt hour to 90 naira. That's the pain. Where is the gain? Next slide. The gain There will be long-term gains. First of all, there's Nigerian 25 trillion naira of Nigerian debt is hanging there with the Central Bank of Nigeria. We have to bring that and sell it to the market. The one-year treasury rates will go from 14 to 21%. Money market LM curve will move towards equilibrium, and people will shift from equities. Once interest rates increase, people will sell their shares and buy fixed income securities. So the positive rate of return, national savings will increase, and so on and so forth. We are the long-term gains. The power market, now that the official is 462, the power market is 742. I was wrong, I said 740. Now the power market will go from 742 to 630. So you'll be getting 100 naira more. So if you went and bought Gele to sell at 742 naira, and your neighbor now gets it at 630 naira, you will have to use your Gele yourself rather than sell it. Nobody will buy it from you. So the gap between the power market and the official market, which was 60% before, will now become 5%, because you have paid the price of those changes. Next slide. So this is what the petrol price across in various regions. Why are we saying 787 naira at parity? But the truth is that we don't have to make it at 787 naira. We think that if you sell at 630 naira per liter, the incentive to go and smuggle and go through all of that wahala to make a 10% gain or something is not worth it. I might as well put my money in treasury bills if I have to go through all of that to come. So the illicit or illegality premium that can induce people to, because you have to bribe customs, you have to do, so the wahala is too much. So people just say no. So we think at 630 naira per liter, right, you would have changed the narrative. We think also, next slide, that electricity tariff, yes, it goes up from 71 naira to 90 naira. But guess what? The amount of money you spend on diesel will reduce. The amount of money you spend on generator maintenance will reduce, because we've seen that there's a strong correlation between cost-reflective tariffs, investment in the sector, and power. We've seen it happen in Magodo. We've seen it happen in certain areas where there's embedded solutions. So, generally speaking, what does this mean? Next slide. You will see that the VAT increase will reduce purchasing power by about almost $6 billion, increase government revenue by about $7 billion, and increase investment and the effect on income. Petrol subsidy removal will reduce people's purchasing power by about $26 billion. And GDP will increase by $50 billion. Right? The currency adjustment will save the government over $12 billion. And cost reflective tariff. So if you look at that last line here, you'll find all the savings and the benefits. The benefits, most of it goes to the government. Now, what will the government do with the money? Steal it, lose it, squander it, or invest it, or all of the above. But at least if you don't do it, you are bound to lose. If you do it, maybe you win. So, short-term pains, long-term gains. Increase in government spending will have a multiplier effect on GDP. Reform will guarantee equitable growth and increase government spending on infrastructure. What are the major game changers? 2 weeks' time, the Dangote refinery will be commissioned to give you diesel, AGO, kerosene, and not your petrol. Lekki Deep-Sea Port. Major roads are being concessioned. So, The next slide we call the paradox of thrift and paradox of theft. What happens is that the numbers will show you that if the government revenue increases by a certain amount, and the proportion of money that is stolen by the oligarchs remains the same, right? Net, you are better off. Not as much as you will be. But if you do nothing and the amount of revenue, your GDP reduces, and you apply that same proportion of theft, right? You see that you are worse off. So both to the consumers and the oligarchs that are stealing, you are better off carrying out reform. The numbers are very clear, right? So in Kenya, they removed subsidies on petroleum products in one day. Gasoline price rose by 13%, diesel price rose by 18%, kerosene by 16.4%, inflation increased by 9%, protests. So even though the Supreme Court said that the election was free and fair, people said we are not interested. So now they are quelling the protests. So in Ghana, they defaulted an external debt, went into talks, and we are still watching. But it's been most Nigerian banks are losing money out of them. So what will this mean to you sitting down in this audience? How will it affect you and your impact on your consumer? First of all, almost everybody here has a savings account or has some account in a bank if you can get your money out of the bank or if you can get the cash. But so the interest rate you get on your bank deposits will increase. The exchange rate will benefit you when the exchange rate VAT will hit you, but you'll get, and you'll pay more on the concession roads because all those things are going to be tariffed. These private people are going to be on. So if you are going from here to Abeokuta, there will be 5 toll gates from Agege Motor Road to the investment in that particular road is about almost, private sector investments will be about 90 billion, but you'll be returning quite a significant amount annually. The higher the interest rates that if you are getting 21% rate of interest, you are likely to reduce your amount of money you spend and save more. And because you are saving more, you are likely to reduce the amount of money you use to buy foreign exchange. And because the banks have more loanable funds, they will lend you money directly for different things. And so you will benefit from the loans that will come. But also the cost of imports, or more than anything else, the restrictions of 41 items, you cannot bring this in, you cannot bring that in, you need Aboki FX and all that, those things will stop. The difference between the parallel market and the official market will not be more than 4 or 5%. You know, there was a time nobody bought PTA. Just use your card wherever you want. So we're back to those days. And luckily, that's the only option we have. Why do I think it will work? Because we have no choice. Not because we love to do it, but because we have no choice. So, some areas that have opportunities that we like, especially in the telecommunication space. Telco service, telco infrastructure, telco support services, spin-offs from telco. So the 5G effect, making it much more efficient. But don't forget, every time the telcos improve their productivity, they also create displacement, unemployment. Before, people were selling recharge cards on the bridge. You can now, people are doing this, you can now, right? So all those things. the roads that are going to be concessioned, you'll be having electronic toll gates. So the fact that you're stealing money, that will stop. You have biometric entry and exit from places. Mobile broadband business, streaming, video calls. You have the submarine cable. And there's a strong correlation between broadband penetration and productivity. And productivity and protein consumption, and increase in protein consumption, especially milk and others, dairy, improve performance in mathematics, and longer life expectancy. Telco business, very high capital barriers. To get a 5G license, you need to pay about $280 or $300 million, which is 1/3 the amount of money you're trying to borrow for palliatives. One subscriber's payment. To understand the telco space properly, the total revenue of the telco companies in a day, last time I checked, was, I think their sales are about 15 billion naira a day. Every day, because you're using your phone and you're paying money to these guys. But you need to, because it's not for free. So, I know one of them that's spending 250 million naira a day on diesel alone to power their base stations. 250 million naira a day. So now, voice, data, fintech, and all the other into mobile payments. So there are big, big opportunities there. E-commerce, Jumia, Konga, warehousing. So 1 year target price for one of the big telcos, starting at 252, could go up to about 252 target price for one, that's MTN, and 1,500 for Airtel Africa. The brewing space, which is the next one, because there's brewing, and that's what we call the TBA, total beverage and alcohol. So brewing means you are brewing the beer or brewing the malt, and then you have the bitters business, which is origins, but then you have the distilling business, which is making whiskey, brandy, gin. Recently, Heineken acquired Distill in South Africa, which means that, so you have three major players here. Heineken, which is Nigerian breweries, Diageo, which is Guinness, and South African breweries, which is Budweiser or whatever. So, but Moses is going to talk to you about maize, sorghum, and all of these things. And there's a link between the brewing business and the agricultural business, because most of the inputs that go into this, right? The ethanol you make from molasses, from sugar, cassava, and the other things. So how do you organize the agricultural sector to have that kind of contribution to GDP, right? Which will have that growth effect. How do you organize it in such a way that they can take advantage of these new roads that are being concessioned so that they don't have, right? How do they take advantage of using compressed natural gas rather than diesel, with the drivers driving the trailers and stealing the diesel on the way and running into the bush. So we see massive opportunities in doing things to provide service to these major multinationals who are also taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which says that the rules of origin between countries like ourselves and others, we pay 5% rather than importing it from outside. So what will happen is that multinationals will decide where do they have the highest cost competitive advantage to have the economies of scale so that they can produce and sell across. So, and you can see, everybody knows here, 20 years ago, nobody talked about Portugal, nobody talked about Spain, nobody talked about Italy. But because they came together as a European Union, more people watch La Liga and watch the Champions League with Portuguese teams. Nobody heard about Benfica, Sporting Lisbon and all that. But you can see how much regional integration has done. And you can see the effect of even fragmenting it by Brexit on the UK economy. So I want you to think forward the next 3-5 years what the effect of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the Single African Aviation Treaty, and the opening up of corridors for trade across these regions is going to mean for you in your sector as you provide inputs to multinationals in this business. And so we see this opportunity. Going back into agriculture, I'm not going to waste my time on that because the experts are here. We've seen food chains being globalized. We've seen better forms of land preparation. We are seeing people aggregating commodities into centers, silos, where rather than go all the way to the farm to buy it and pay cash. And we've seen a much more efficient value chain where people are now beginning to say, okay, I will centralize, I will buy all my commodities there. And people are trading, futures trading. So things are becoming more efficient. In spite of all of these efficiencies, you can see your economic performance as a country is suboptimal. But if you add to this, reform your institutions, add strong and purposeful leadership, greater transparency, where people account for whatever it is, and resolve that paradox of theft and paradox of thrift, you'll find that, generally speaking, the economy will do much better. So let me conclude here. We are less than 60 days to hand over, and it will be 60 days of litigation, 60 days of drama, and 60 days, we hope, of sanity. The problems of Nigeria are well documented, and I've spent a lot of time, but I try to dimension it. Some of the problems are structural, some of them are contemporary, and some of them are transient. But what we've seen is that the more attributing your problems to external forces, oh, you know, it was because of COVID, oh, it's because of Russia, Ukraine, those are just excuses. The truth is that we have not used our resources efficiently, and that we cannibalize everything and then attribute it to so many things. There's resource mismanagement, which has limited the gains. But what we must also not fail to understand that the beneficiaries of enlightened self-interest have more to lose from reform per head compared to the benefits of reform per head to every individual. So they are bound to be better organized. They are bound to be more strategic. They are bound to do anything and everything to ensure that the current system continues indefinitely for as long as we can. So now is the time. Now is the time. Major policy reforms must be implemented. I've said it all. The outcomes are there for everybody to see. Like they say, talk is cheap. I can say all I want to say here. The reality is that if you do nothing, you are more likely to end up like Yugoslavia or Rwanda. But if you do something, you are more likely to end up like Singapore and Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for Mr. Alf Rawani, please. A round of applause. Okay, so you would observe, we're getting ready for the next one immediately. But before then, I think this will be a good time. Please have your seats, please. Thank you so much. This will be a very good time to take on questions and answers from two audiences. Now, I forgot to mention, we have an online audience. We have the YouTube. We have, at our last check, we had 75 people logged in on YouTube and 100 people on Zoom. So we have an online audience. So you know that the room is not just us here, right? So I'll need help with someone to pass the mic around, just in case you have a question, just signify by, okay? Okay, sir.
Mr. MC?
Yes, sir.
Before we proceed into the question and answer, I would like to take 1 or 2 minutes. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the prophet of economy, Mr. Bismarck Rewani. You can't just be tired of listening to him. And before he rounded up, I was asking myself, after all of this, what should we do? Because some of these things we've had in the past, and the reforms he talks about, I wonder when that will come on board. And I also think about the whipper to implement so that it does not go the way of other reforms before it. But again, we are very hopeful, and we trust God. You know, in the Christian palace, we always, because God is, that's why they say religion is the opium of the people. So we always hang in there, believing that that supernatural intervention will come our way. Because the state of the nation is one that actually is my troubling, if I may put it that way. And I can only hope and pray that God Almighty will take control. So once again, we'd like to say thank you for that beautiful prayer. In the course of Mr. Rewani's presentation, I have 2 of our pastors walked in. And of course, I think during my welcome speech, I did mention the fact that we're expecting some of our pastors. First to walk in was Pastor Oluremi Oluboba, the immediate past assistant regional pastor of Lagos Region 11. Pastor Oluboba, we appreciate you. I never gave him a formal letter of invitation. I only sent the video clip of our flyer. And having him here today shows the kind of man he is. Very supportive, very lovely, and always very inspiring. We are glad to have you here, sir. God bless you. And of course, sitting next to him, I think by the time I go back, I'm going to reshuffle the sitting arrangement. I want to sit in between the 2 of them so that I can touch the anointing here, touch the anointing here. The next, the second that walk in happens to be the pastor in charge of region, our own region, and the head of the Blessed Family. I told you they're coming. So I'd like to have Pastor Charles Pandy. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Pastor Pandy, just for 1 or 2 minutes remarks. Please bear with us. I would like him to just say 1 or 2 things very briefly so that we can continue.
Good morning, everybody. First, let me start with an apology. Not being here at the time of the start. I hope my apology is taken. Thank you. And I want to really, really, really appreciate, first of all, the pastor in charge of this province, as it were, the one who has initiated this and is working with the team of the Christ the Lord Central Parish, the one I call the dollar, because he loves dollar. Please help me celebrate Pastor Tunde Netufo. And I think I saw the wife, Oriaku, here. Please celebrate them. Thank you very much. We are really grateful. I told him I was already on. I was online, even in the car. So from the time the very distinguished, some person we really love to hear, Bismarck, we were already enjoying you from the road, even though we came. Please help me celebrate. Thank you very much. And to thank all the other speakers for taking the time. We are very, very grateful. Thank you for everyone who has come to be part of this. I had just 1 or 2 minutes, and all I needed to say as I came into the car, 2 things came to my mind. Number one, the issue of knowledge. Because the Bible says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. It is imperative for us to set up platforms like this from time to time when we receive knowledge. There's no knowledge that is wasted, and especially when we are privileged as a church to be able to have access to very, very distinguished people from society. So please, knowledge is paramount, and I pray that we'll do the best with the knowledge. But the second word is wisdom. And my understanding of wisdom is that wisdom is the proper utilization of knowledge. What do I do with the knowledge? And the Bible says wisdom is the principal thing. And you need wisdom. Where do you go to? You ask God. That's what the Bible tells me. So I'm praying that this particular day, the things we learn will receive the wisdom from above to apply it properly. Last word. In the midst of it all, the God factor. I believe that we are taking everything. He asked a question, what next? I want to believe that God is going to still fulfill his purpose for us as we do the bit we should do. Thank you. Please have a very great time, and God bless you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so I hope we get ready for our questions and answers session. But to lead the way, we'll have on stage, they came on stage before I could introduce them. Okay, so to the far right, we have Mrs. Uwa Osaobo. A round of applause for her, please. She's a very familiar face. And on my left, we have Mr. Joe Umbulu. A round of applause. So this is how we'll run. We'll take questions from the moderators on stage, and then we'll pass papers around. If you have a question, please signify. We'll collect from you, and then we'll pass your questions to the stage to be asked. Just your name and then your question. That should suffice. And also for our online audience, the same applies to you. If you have a question, just drop it in the comments, and we'll get a comment across to the moderators. Mr. Joe and Mrs. Uwa, over to you.
Thank you so much. Is it on? Thank you so much, BJ. That was wonderful. I personally believe very much in this concept of red ocean and blue ocean. And I know the people in the audience, one of the reasons they've come here is to ask themselves, what do we do with the information we've got here? And, you know, we know the obvious red ocean space is trading, you know, and all of that. More recently, mining is something I have begun to hear from a few people. Initially, it used to be the odd man, but a few conglomerates are talking about mining, bitumen, lithium. And when we think of how important batteries are going to be in the new economy with, you know, renewable energy all being stored up and Tesla cars, you can see the power of lithium and the ability to mine that. And we have all of that in Nigeria. So looking at a relatively blue ocean space, a place we know is not, you know, as crowded, as well known, can you give us your prospects or your insights into how that sector is likely to do in the coming years, assuming, like you said, we have the right macroeconomic reforms?
All right. It's interesting that you raised the question of mining and resource minerals. Also, it is important to understand that why the leading mining companies in the world, like Rio Tinto and others, are not here. Right? And the same thing goes for why the oil majors are here, and yet the big petrochemical companies like Dow and others are not here. So there's something that runs common to all of this. One, what kind of legislation do you have? How current is the legislation in terms of who owns the mineral in the ground? Who has the right to prospect? And if you prospect, how do you monetize this, and what happens to the exports and all that? That's one element. The second element is about your land tenure system. I'm not a lawyer, but the Land Use Act and all of that, which has made transfer of title almost impossible or very difficult and expensive. So one is the legislation that governs the ownership of the assets. Then the land, and then the administration of justice in case of disputes. When you put all of these things together, you're going to ask yourself that, I'm not going to go in here. These things are long-term investments. There has to be clarity. There has to be, and so it goes back to one, the policies, two, the institutional reform. And I talk about institutional reform, the police, the central bank, the judiciary, Supreme Court, right? The civil service. Many of these things, the reason why these are symptoms of a fractured system. And you have to address them. Because some of these structures were there, some of them, over time. But these structures are created as bottlenecks and toll gates, so to use a better word. And I go back to my comment to say that the anti-reform community are not that many. The value at risk is high. What they stand to lose is high. And they are, just by their mere number and things and skill, they are better organized than the rest of society. And since they have the money, they have more to lose, they are the ones that are buying the access to power. So by the time you get to power in Nigeria, you would have compromised everything. So you are virtually a dead duck. Right? You will not be able to change anything because too many things are at stake. Right? But the good news is that the situation is no longer tenable. You're just wasting your time by trying to preserve that which cannot be preserved. So you do nothing in terms of the institutional reform. You do nothing. You end up like Lebanon in no time. But if you do something and do it quickly, and I'm sure I'm talking about the next 2 to 3 months, and once you start, what we're seeing from the model shows that once you move the level of disequilibrium in one variable, automatically it changes all the others. So that's why by increasing interest rates here, cost-effective tariffs, all of a sudden the exchange rate begins to appreciate. And that itself, and then the price of diesel drops. This drops. You concession the roads, and all of a sudden the premium of kidnapping and all, because the guys who are doing the road concessioning have these massive concrete barriers, drone technology and everything. So it becomes so expensive to kidnap somebody, and so risky. So it's not worth the while. It just has become more expensive to smuggle petrol across the border. I might as well just go and grow maize or do something then. You know? So it comes down legislative changes, institutional reform, right, and policy incentives.
All right, thank you, sir. So I have 2 questions in one, and the first one really takes from what you spoke about, which is institutional reforms. I believe we need large-scale institutional reforms. You said we don't have a choice, but the truth is, for the individual who looks at pecuniary interests, selfish interests, they might not see it the way you see it. So where do we start from? It's a big task, all right? If you look at the police, look at various aspects of Nigeria, where do we start from? That's the first one. And then the second is the trust issue. I think there's a trust deficit in Nigeria, all right? So the government says, I'll do A. People don't believe, because in the past, they haven't done it, or they've done it in a way that benefits the few. Talking about the exchange rate in particular, your forecast says we'll get to about 600, assuming things work out. And then the differential between parallel market and official market will be like 30.
630.
Good. What we've seen in the past is where the central bank pushes the official rate up, the parallel market rate goes higher. What will stop that in Nigeria?
Okay. I'm happy you asked this question because, you see, people have come to accept that because things are bad, they will continue to be bad. And it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. There are some basic principles of economics which are not even, they are laws, just like, it's not just a theorem or something, it's a law. The first thing is that the amount of money you have is limited. So your budget constraint is fixed. And the share of one, if you have 100 naira and you can buy gari for 5 naira, you can buy yam for 95 naira, that's the combination you have. Once 100 naira is finished, you're done. Okay? So, if in what we have is what we call price discriminating monopoly, one man has 2 types of dollars. One which is official, and the other one which is unofficial. You and I are the same. We have 100 naira only. The law of economics says that if there are dollars to buy you will go and buy the cheaper one first. After you bought the cheap one, and you spend 10 naira there, the 90 naira you have, you now go to the malam and look for. But if all of a sudden that cheap one becomes 40 naira, you buy the cheap one first anyway, even though you'll be grumbling. But what you have left is only 60 naira. Right? So, and we are many, so all of us have less to go and buy from the malam. What happens? Even though the money is coming from the same source, right? That currency will happen. But if you are afraid that if you don't buy it now at 100 naira, then it will go to 150 naira. What happens is that you go and borrow money to even buy it because of fear. But when you now know that, right, this is what happens. It has happened before, and it will happen again. The naira will appreciate. Look, what happened? Because they couldn't get cash. Because they couldn't get, and cash was only 5% of total transaction flow in this country. The price of eggs came from 2,400 for a tray of 30, I think. It came down to 1,800 because apparently the eggs were getting bad. Maize came down, everything. But we also we underestimated what we call the power of tips. Tips came to about almost 3 billion naira a day. That's the amount you give to my boys are lawyer, the security guard, policeman, this checkpoint, 100, 1,000, total. Once this cash squeeze came, the tips disappeared. So the boys are no longer loyal. They were not smiling anymore. And people started accepting transfers. Okay, we've gone back, right? The cash is back, or the old notes are back, but a lot of the tips are not back. Because the tip went, the driver took the tip, gave his wife, who used it to buy things to sell. So it became a source of the velocity of circulation of money at the bottom of the pyramid. While the total economy velocity of circulation was about 2.6, velocity of circulation at the bottom was 33. In other words, they turn their things around 3 times a month. Whilst the ordinary person turns his things around maybe once every 60 to 80 days. But it is that. So what did we see? We saw people selling flour, saw a 40 to 50% drop in their sales. Cement, 45%. Detergent dropped by over 60%. People are not washing their clothes anymore. Right? So, but it made us think. I started looking, how come this small amount of money, cash, in an economy of 50, the total money supply is 52 trillion naira. Total cash, 2.4 trillion naira. We withdrew 1.9 trillion naira, bingo. 1,000 naira notes, right, was 58% of the cash in circulation. 1,000 naira notes. 500 naira notes was almost 30% of the cash in circulation. 200 naira notes, right, was 7%. All the others were. So when you put the 200 naira back, it didn't scratch the surface. And it virtually had a debilitating effect on commercial activity. So what am I saying here is that big man who is 6'5", one small stone in his shoe, if he doesn't stop to take the stone out of his shoes, he will not be able to walk. That is what that cash is, that small stone in the big Nigerian man this $500 billion economy, that's 1.9 trillion naira cash that was turning around. That was oiling the engine. So the basic rules are there. If you obey them, you'll get the orthodox outcome. If you don't, and it's not just things, some things are improving. That's the most important thing, right? People, look at Lekki here. Look at the number of hospitals, Evercare, and all of this. Those things were never here before. People invested in those things because the exchange rate became prohibitive. And look at the exchange rate for airfares. It's 581 today. So the official rate is 462, but you want to buy a ticket, it's 581. And the inventory of tickets is a very high level inventory. Because here we are, the summer is here, and because they could no longer afford to buy those tickets, the exchange rate started appreciating. Why? Because the amount of naira you have is fixed.
Okay, thank you, sir. There's an online question. We'll take it. There may be a few, then we'll go to the written questions. Okay, this person online says, good morning, sir. Please, if one buys shares of oil companies like Total and there's a subsidy removal, will there be a positive impact on the share price?
Well, let me say, I think subsidy removal will only make that industry more efficient. That industry is based on what we call regime relationship. You know people, you get, the whole thing is a big racket. So what happens when there's a reform of a policy and institutional reform? Some industries consolidate because the marginal players exit and go because, so the Totals of the world are more likely to remain. And what's going to happen to that industry? Dangote will be refining. There are many parts of that industry. Pipelines, you see all these trucks carrying things around. The entire downstream, so midstream is refining, the downstream is depots, pipelines, retail outlets. And I think she mentioned something about lithium and batteries and all of that. What we don't realize is that the shift to green energy and to electric vehicles, right? Compressed natural gas, means that the entire value chain of downstream will change in favor of those who have the capital to invest and the efficiency and the technology. The world of just having petrol stations, go there, buy petrol, the internal combustion engine as you know it is gone. By 2030, there'll be none of those vehicles. And there'll be no spare parts to support. So all these vehicles we have now, they'll be museum pieces, right? In a matter of it's like if you bring color television set, black and white television sets to Nigeria now, you cannot sell it for 100 naira a piece. Nobody will buy it. Because then nobody will even fix it. Because they don't, right? So, these things will happen. I think it's quite clear to me that the momentum of change will just take us, right? Like they say, adapt or perish. And the international players will come here because of their access to capital, because of their network, and because of the fact that these supposed multinationals have no country of origin anymore, right? So they will operate, and you'll have no choice to adapt or perish. If you make a market unattractive, So I'm not worried. Whoever wants to be in power can be in power, but you have no choice. You either do the right thing or you'll be out before you started.
Okay, just before we go into that, Pastor Luboba, please, he wants to ask a question. Then we'll take questions from the audience. Please, we're having long, very long questions, and it's really not helping. If you keep your questions short, straight to the point, it will be helpful.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the speaker and to let him know that I've been listening to him for 30 years. I'm worried. I sat down there and was discussing with the pastor that it's like we have been here before. It's a deja vu. We have been here before. And I've listened to your presentation for so many years, and the figures are familiar. I've been in the downstream oil industry all my working years. And the problem, the driving power of our economy is the petroleum industry. Now, as soon as every politician is elected, they immediately have this on their radar the second term. And that whittles down the political will to take decisions that will benefit the country. And I'm not sure we're going to have a difference. Now, there are two major challenges that the country is facing now. The issue of deregulation. We've recommended that a long time ago, but is there the political will to deregulate fully, not partially? All this foreign tinkering with the deregulation is not working. Now, so petroleum issue is an emotional issue. So a government that will really stand up and face it is a government that will take Nigeria out of the wood. Then the issue of building enduring institutions is another factor that we need to really look at. If the President of the United States of America commits an offense, the FBI will move in and investigate. Can that happen in Nigeria? That's the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor. The political will comes from how much indebtedness you had on the way to power. Right? So, but you've got to be fatalistic about it. I've been in different fora at the villa where decisions have been made, approved, and you get to the point of implementation. And the way it works is this, that the first thing that you, as the chief executive of the country, the first thing you get every morning is a security report. That's your Bible. Before, see your cash flow and all the other things. The security report would tell you that I was talking to somebody and they were importing arms through Benin Republic, trying to blow up the bridge and all of that. And this one did that, and very brief. And the guys who write the security report are very clever. They are worse than money doublers. Right? So they know the weakness. They have a psychological profile of their client. If you were brought up in a military setting, the biggest fear, like a lawyer, the biggest fear of a lawyer is to be in the witness box to defend that which is indefensible. The biggest fear of a military man is to be overthrown or arraigned before firing squad and all of that. So their fears are extremely, that's the thing. So after everything you've done, an approval, and the security report said, no, if you do this today, there are people who are just waiting to do that. That's okay, we can't do it today, we'll do it. By next week, something else has happened. You'll be on that spot, and before you know it, our election is coming, let's get election. Then after election, no, there's COVID. Oh no, then there's riot. Oh, then there's NSAS. Then there's this. Then there's always going to be something. If you wait for the perfect time, it's no time. So your question is valid, but unfortunately for Nigeria, 30 years ago, there was no electric vehicle. 30 years ago, there was no internet. 30 years ago, there were no mobile phones. 30 years ago. So all you needed today, at that time, was to go to Alagbon, close, take over NBC, take over NTA, and now you can't do that. You can't. All you had to do was do. Now, people are asking questions online. So you can't fool all of the people, even for a short period of time. Before you could fool all of the people for some time. No, there's no some time now. Everybody can see you. We are dancing naked in the square right now. They are the policy-making community. So, like we say, in Abuja, we just tell people that if you like, believe me. If you like, don't believe me. Or sooner or later, you will find out you have no choice but to believe what I'm saying. So I'm not in any doubt whatsoever. Not because Nigerians have become saints, but because the pressure is on. You can't do the wrong thing for too long. In fact, even for a short period anymore. Asking, the census is starting. People don't know whether the census will hold because nobody believes anything anymore. Look at the Naira redesign thing. After a while, everybody knew that. So the markets will always teach you a lesson. It has taught us, when I say us, the policymakers and everybody, taught us a bitter lesson that we can live in a fool's paradise. This reform I'm talking about is now imminent, inevitable. And failure to do it and ride in that boat very quickly, the country will be like, there's an old movie in those days, Keanu Reeves, called Speed. Everybody was in a bus, and the bus had no driver, just going in. That's, the country could be in that situation where we'll all be running, hoping that the bus doesn't hit a building, then we run away, then we, So, but clearly, this time, we have no choice. And the beauty of it is that the benefits will be so huge that you won't be able to believe it. Believe me, you will see it. This time is different.
Thank you, Vijay. There's a question here. It says one time GDP growth was 2%, another time 3%. You said 3% now. Why aren't things getting better? I think, that's some basic economics there. But it would be nice to answer that just by way of education. The cryptocurrency sector, a lot of people invested in crypto. And just before COVID, early COVID period, you could say it was a youth movement. It was like the NSAS thing. And somebody's asking, what are the prospects? What's the future of that particular industry? We'll take those two now, then Joe will ask.
GDP of 3% the projection was 3.2 for 2023, and now it has been revised downward to 3%. The GDP for 2022 was 2%, right? So we've gone up. Where did the growth come from? The growth came from, of course, not petroleum. It came from telecommunication. It came from, to some extent, financial services. It came from agric in some areas. It came from trade. It came from transport. It came from civil works and construction. But you are comparing that growth with the growth of the previous year. But one thing, though, is that the sectors that were growing fastest were the sectors that didn't employ too many people. So growth is one thing. Employability is the other thing. All right? And some of it is because the productivity gains, right? If it took you 5 hours to do something before, now you can do it in 1 hour because you could settle the transaction in 5 seconds and go on. So we are going to see those things happen. And you ask yourself how sectors grow, but the linkages between the sectors, if they are not strong linkages, you find that it doesn't pull everybody along. And that is one thing that the linkages between sectors and the amount of dead assets and dead capital. The rail between Lagos and Ibadan, even if you make it 100,000 naira a seat, will not pay interest. It has to carry cargo and all of that. And the cargo has to have to. We've not fixed that part of it. So the train hasn't got to Abuja, and people take pictures on them, air-conditioned wagons. Those are waste of resources. We have the rail here, mono and all of that. The loans have been on the books now for 20 years, 25 years. Interest is accruing, the exchange rate is depreciating. That's dead capital. Right? There's so much dead capital. So that if you don't make those things work, and not only make them work, make them pull along other sectors, what's your time? So it's about integrating sectors, coordinating them, and making them produce, and making them competitive relative to your neighbors, so that you begin to. The truth is that potential GDP growth rate is almost 4 or 5 times more than real GDP growth rate, which means that you can easily grow at 10, 12% per annum. Easily. If coordinated. If bottlenecks are removed. So the strategy actually should be, okay, you guys who are benefiting bottleneck, how much do you want? Pay them to go away. Remember when we had COVID, when they said nobody should come to work? Level 1 to only people level 14 and above, 15. When we looked at the data, we saw that productivity in the public sector improved by almost 80% because they were not there to close the block all the loophole, you know. So it would have been easier for you guys just stay at home and take your money, but they will not make money from there, right? So.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Now we have many questions. We'll try to, time is running out too, so quick and sharp. So a few questions. One of them is personal. And I know you've advised government before. And this one says, you carry the combined hopes and aspirations of the rest of us how do you plan to advise and assist the new administration, whoever they are, if and when given the opportunity? Right? I know you partially answered it. It's about the will to do. All right, but it would be good to hear
No,
from
let
you.
me address. You see, advice is discretionary. You can decide to take it. You can decide to bungle it. You can decide to do so many things. My first job in life at the age of 17 was I was a class teacher. Okay, because that time you had to finish A-levels and teach for 9 months. And the job was that the inspector of education came and says that, yes, we have 3 people who are stars, we have about 4 or 5 people who are just losers. You are judged by how much you can bring those, the wild children and all of that back. If you cannot improve that, right, then you have not done anything, right? So the job is not how to sift through the advice and make it work. One of the best presidents I have ever met in this country is late Yar'Adua. Yes. And I remember first thing he did when he had a council of economic advisors, and he said, look, I'm just tired of all this nonsense. We used to meet once a week, and very simple. Even the vice president then was not even part of that council. We take one item, drill down, make decisions, announce the decisions immediately after. Immediately after. No, and take questions from the media, and it's implemented there and then, period, end of story. He cut through but this was a man who had acute chronic kidney problems. In all of that pain, was able to see through things, was able to get things done. But because he knew one thing, that if he stepped out of that chamber and went into his office, the advice he will get on all the decisions we made will stop him from even. So he sat there and insisted that they go and tell the media the decision. After the media briefing, you come back and then he steps up and goes. So that nobody can call him to say, because it's done. It's done. We had the meetings for about 3-4 weeks, then he fell ill, and the rest, as I say, is history. But I didn't know the meaning of that until the fact that I said, look, if the moment I step out of this office and go back in here, say the pressure that will make that decision not to happen. But once you've announced it and the media has carried it, then you can't change it anymore. So that's how diesel got deregulated. That's how kerosene got deregulated. That's how the road from downtown Abuja to the airport was given to Julius Berger. There was no bid, nothing. Just said, look, give it to Julius Berger, let them go and do it. I remember the day when they were talking about petrol was then 97 naira a liter, and the price of oil dropped globally. And so there were 2 people there. Lukman was there, Juma Gobia was there, was Minister of State. So I said, okay, by how much did the price of crude drop? So it dropped by about 30%, because we're complaining. Just brought, okay, what's the price of petrol? Is it 97? How much is 10% drop? We just say, okay, make it 87. No, but if we had gone to ask the permanent secretary for any paper, we'll still be there for next. So he just said, go and announce it that the price of petrol has been dropped from 97 to 87 naira. Period, end of story. The minister said, but we have to say, it is this that we have been doing before that we couldn't get anything done. Go and announce it, come back, and then you do what you have to do after. He sat down there and said, after the announcement come back, are there any things? So if you came back and told that the press raised certain things, then they would tweak it and there and then. But if you went back to the bureaucracy to arrange for anything, nothing. That was a little lesson I learned about that. But he was a man who was in pain, so he wanted to finish that thing and just go and get into the dialysis or go into treatment and all of that. So maybe that was what forced him to say, no, let's just get this done.
Thank you very much for a round of applause. So, unfortunately, we can't take too many more questions. We've overshot our time by a large haul. I'll just take one more. No, I can't. I'll take this from you, but honestly, we won't be able to read it. Just one more from the audience. And the lady, she's been signaling me for a while. And once we're done with that, we'll round up and move to the next segment. Thank you. Your question, please. Your name first, and then your question.
Good morning. Oh, good morning, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Yinka Shokoya,
morning, yes,
and I just want to use this opportunity to ask this question. I hope you don't mind. There's a lot of chatter online about some economic powers. I mean, Russia, China, India, etc. I mean, trying to develop a new international currency to break the dependence, the global dependence on the USD. I mean, I don't know whether this is nonsense. I mean, a lot of Nigerians have, they've invested in dollar to hedge against the devaluation of the naira. So is this something that we should be worried about? Is it something that is a risk for Nigeria as a whole, and also for Nigerians generally? And if so, how do we position ourselves? I heard you talking about gold, for example. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're asking a very pertinent question. You are talking about the international financial order. The international financial order has its roots in politics and the world wars. After the First World War, we had the international, we had what they call the pure gold standard. The Bank of England promised to give you this amount in gold if you produce a promissory note called their currency. After a while, they said no, it was too limiting, right? So they had the semi-gold standard. The limitation on liquidity led to the great crash of 1928 on Wall Street. After every major economic crisis comes a political fallout. The 1928 crisis caused great hardship in certain parts of Europe. The greater the hardship, the more the xenophobia. So fascist Nazi Germany blaming everything on the Jews and black people and all that. Mussolini's Italy, Franco's Spain. Long and short of it, 1939 to 1945, Second World War. After the Second World War, we now went to not a gold standard, but just dollar standard. And we set up three major institutions. We set the World Bank, IMF, the United Nations. All of those things were situated in the United States. The dollar became the predominant reserve currency because there are reserve currencies, convertible currencies, and the payment system, everything was centered around the US dollar because they won the war. The Japanese and the Germans lost the war. A German cannot be, or a Japanese cannot be the Secretary General of the United Nations. An American must always be the president of the World Bank. A European must always be the head of the IMF. And an African will be in the audience, definitely. So, and I refer you to the book by Alan Greenspan called The Age of Turbulence, where he was in a plane going from Geneva to New York. After 15 minutes and the plane had gained altitude, the pilot said, the captain said, ladies and gentlemen, we have to make a return to Geneva because there's a problem in the United States. We cannot land. We need to go back. A plane had gone into the World Trade Center. And another plane had gone into, there was Tower 1, Tower 2. And he said, in the first 2 chapters of that book, he was reviewing the consequence of a disruption to the world global financial order. If you read it, you understand why the world is the way it is. And it's not easy to say, yeah, there's 2 countries come together, 3 countries. No. The spoils of the war, First World War, Second World War, is what the predominance of the dollar. There was a Third World War, which was called the Cold War, in which Reagan and others dismantled the Soviet Union. And then there's the Fourth World War, which is the cyber war, in which Putin has responded by breaking in to Brexit and the US democratic system, manifesting itself in the Ukraine-Russia war. It's not about Ukraine. It's about the hegemony of the US dollar and who is in charge of the global economy. Well, China has tried, and they've done very well. The economy has grown from $3 trillion all the way to $17 trillion. They now have almost 16% or 18% of global output. And GDP per head in China has gone all the way to about $8,000. It was below our own before. It transformed the economy completely, but not to the extent of taking over. And it's not by coincidence that you have what's happening in Taiwan, what's happening in Korea. 2 days ago, the North Korean, the young fat man sent out his missiles or whatever it is. So, Crimea, which was the home of what they call gunboat diplomacy, Lord Palmerston's diplomacy, the Crimean War of 1854, right? That's not. All of these wars, all of these political things have its root in economic power and dominance. It is not by coincidence that Janet Yellen came to visit 3 African countries and asked that, oh, please, the World Bank and the IMF should please give some room to Tanzania, Zambia. It's not by coincidence that Kamala Harris came and went to Ghana. Those things are not coincidental. There's a plan. So I don't believe for a minute that the US will allow its currency to stop being the predominant settlement reserve currency of the world. Essentially what it means is that we are all clients of the Federal Reserve Bank or the US because We hold our reserves in that currency. When we want to draw money, we go and draw. When we want to borrow money, we go and borrow there. And then they tell us what to do. Is it fair? No, it's not fair. But what is fair? How do you actually define fairness? Will they lose part of their influence? Yes. No question about it. There's a book called The Choice by Brzezinski, which says it's easier to lead and it's very difficult to dominate. You can see that playing out across the world, especially in Nigeria. Oh, domination. To dominate is easy. No, it's to lead is a big problem. You can have all your people in power, and you are unable to lead because you need capacity to lead. So, in a nutshell, I'm saying that these currency arrangements of Brazil going there, it took 100 years or more than that. Right? Don't forget, it was the European Columbus powers and all that before the United States became the dominant economy, but now it's a leading economy. And there's a lot of work. Crypto or no crypto. Currency, if they don't control, if the currencies are not controlled by the issuing authority, which is the Federal Reserve, they ain't going to allow anybody you just have instruments flying all over the place. Right? So the reality is that we have to play by the rules. If you go to China, it's not going to solve anything. Chinese are not going to go to war. They won't. So, Africa, let's just play by the rules and also develop our own capacity. Because a strong economy is the answer to all of these geopolitical threats.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please a rousing round of applause for our main speaker, Mr. Bismarck Rewane. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you to our moderators, too, for the time spent. Yeah, so please, could we take quick pictures? The PCIP of the parish, please step up. Just take quick pictures in front of the stage. While we do that, I want to quickly recognize sorry, where do you want the pictures? Up here? Okay, sorry, this way, sir, Mr. Bismarck. Yeah, this way, yeah. Quickly recognize the presence of Pastor BC Olowoyo, the PCIP of LP6 Victoria Island. Please just stand for recognition. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And also Pastor Femi Monsoro, who is also the APCIP of LP6 Victoria Island. Thank you for joining us. Sincere apologies to Jerry Adzande and Blessing Moses. We couldn't read your questions. We just had to stop. Wherever you are seated, please, our sincere apologies. And every other person online, too, if you could hear me, we could sit here for the next 6 hours and questions will keep coming, but we had to stop. We're just sincerely hoping that the comments and feedback you've gotten so far will be of use to you and somehow got a response through other people's questions. Okay, while we take pictures, I want to quickly recognize our sponsors and partners for the program, namely Optimus Bank. Please a round of applause for them for making this possible. Union Bank, ALML, Fidelity Pensions, Leather World, Tangerine. Please keep clapping. They made this possible. Tangerine, Leadway Assurance, Capital Field. Okay, all right, sorry. Sorry for that short break. Law FM also is a partner. Alpha Morgan Capital, Jubilee Life, Mortgage Bank. Just like you see them displayed. Thank you so much for making this possible. So we'll have a very short break. and it's just for us to stretch, use the bathroom, but we also have snacks. Now, from experience, I found that it's always a challenge trying to get people back into the room. So you see people walking up to some of our speakers, our panelists, and wanting to have, one-on-ones quickly. Please, we appeal to you, not yet. You'd have to wait till after the program to do that so that we have, we keep this place in order and we round up as quickly as possible. I personally feel like I've had some feedback that can throw me into depression as far as Nigeria is concerned. But I've also had, reason to look to the future with hope. It's not something you take lightly when you find yourself in such a setting. I know for one, from the little experience I done, my full-time job, insights and analysis like the one we listened to during the presentation are not one you want to take lightly. You just saw a world-class presentation and analysis of Nigeria and all the economic indices that you would want to pay attention to. Please, one more time, a round of applause again for Mr. Bismarck Rewani. Okay, please, let's take a 10-minute break. Please just stand up from your seat, stretch your legs, use the bathroom. Snacks will go around, I guess. Yeah, snacks will go around, and then we'll reconvene by 12:11, please. 12:11, we should be back at our seats. Okay? What? Okay, for the snacks to get to you, have to stay on your seats, please. So if you're using the bathroom, please come back. Then we'll give you a snacks on your seat. But if you need to stretch, for those of us who have, muscles that are tired, just stretch a bit. Okay, maybe you should. So just so that it's orderly, you go stretch, come back. When you're seated, then we'll pass them around so that we don't have to, keep asking if you got in or not. Please, we should be back on our seats by 12:11, please. 12:11, you should be back at your seats. Where is our... So right after our tea break, we would have the panel session, which we promise you will be very, very interesting. I think the snacks should be shared when people are fully settled, please. Those in charge of food, please, I think when we're settled will be the best time to go around. Now it's a little bit unsettled. Again, special recognition to all our sponsors, Optimus Bank, Union Bank, ALML, Fidelity Pension, Leather World, Tangerine, Leadway Assurance, Capital Field, Law FM 103.9, Alpha Morgan Capital, Jubilee Life Mortgage Bank. Time is 12:06. We have 5 minutes more. Okay, please could we begin to make our way back to our seats? We have 2 minutes more to settle in and continue. And please, those outside, could you come back inside? I want to settle down and go on with the session, please. Please, could you make your way back to your seats? It's 12, just 1 minute more to continue. For the virtual audience, thank you so much for being there. We hope we're doing a good job trying to make you feel like you're here physically. And with the permission of everyone here, we'll give a lot of preference or priority to the virtual audience after the second panel. It's 12:11, please, could we settle down? Okay. Please, important announcement. If you've been given a food pack and you're eating at your seat, please eat very neatly, tidily, and your trash will go back into the nylon bag that was given to you. And just leave it by your seat neatly. Someone will go around to pick it after the event. Thank you very much. Thank you for those of you who have taken your seats. Please, those outside, could you come back inside? Please, if you're eating here again, it's very important that this is the house of God, yeah? Please keep it tidy. Eat your food without making a mess. Put your waste into the nylon bag given to you and keep neatly beside your seat. Someone will go around and pick up after the event. Our panelists will join us shortly. For those of us here who would want to listen to the event after today, the link will be made available after. You can always come back and take notes. Again, I want to emphasize the amount of work and information that was shared with us today. It shouldn't be taken lightly. If you are a young, upcoming person, you want to know where to sort of focus your energy towards. If you're building a career, I feel like you should have picked something today that is very useful. If you're here and you're wealthy, you have funds set aside to create wealth or to build wealth for yourself and your generation, you should have gotten 1 or 2 insights that are very useful to help your decision process. So whenever you hear the word economic summit, I think even if you're invited or not, honestly, I think you should crash that event and take as much information as you can from it. And there's always a lot of free advisory, free most of the time. There's some economic summits that are paid for, and such events, of course, you know, it comes at a premium. But events like this, this parish taking putting in effort to make this happen should not be undermined. It is very, very important for our planning and general well-being. Again, if you were, for any reason, you know, if you took all the information and it weighed you down, I don't think it should. If you had paid attention to the promises the future holds. And we naturally have a tendency to want to focus on the negatives. Seeing fuel go up, where I sat down, somebody was saying, you know, how can fuel go from what it is today, and we say things are hard, to the region of 600 naira and above. That's a lot. It means Ajah to toll gates will now be like 1,000 naira, if it's not 500 already. Okay, we have an announcement. If you have a vehicle with the plate number, get the make of the car helps. But if you have a vehicle with the plate number GGE 488GC, experience have shown that most people don't even know their plate numbers. I'll get the make and the model as soon as I can. But if you happen to be familiar with your plate number GGE 488GC, that vehicle needs to repark. It's causing a lot of obstruction outside. Please. GGE 488GC, the vehicle needs to repark. Once I get the make and model of the car, I would also share that. Please, again, if you're eating your food, make sure you eat tidily. Do not make a mess. Once you're done, put your waste into the nylon bag that was given to you and leave it by the side of your seat. Someone will pick up once we're done with the event. So our panelists are walking back in. There's something I wanted to mention, and you'd have had a lot of, you know, sayings around knowledge. I mean, my people perish due to lack of knowledge. Gain knowledge now for a better tomorrow. And if I put it in our very everyday parlance, you'd hear knowledge, and this is a very practical reference. Knowledge is knowing that tomato, I don't know, if tomato works for you or tomato, whichever one works for you. Knowledge is knowing that tomato is a fruit. We all agree tomato is a fruit. Do we all know tomato is a fruit? Do we all know that? Okay. But wisdom, okay, is a navy blue Lexus SUV GX470. If you have a vehicle with the plate number GGE 488GC, a Lexus SUV, navy blue color GX470, please, you need to repark. It's very important. You're causing a lot of obstruction outside. Please. Thank you. Yeah, so I was trying to say, knowledge is knowing that tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to add tomato in your fruit salad. Does that make sense? I'll take it again. Knowledge is knowing tomato is a fruit. It's a category of fruit. If you know the biology of how fruits are formed, tomato qualifies as a fruit. But wisdom is knowing not to add tomato to your fruit salad. Fruit salad has other fruits, but of course, tomato usually is not a component. So why do I make this reference? I say so because you hear a lot of things today, but what makes a difference is not what you hear here, it's how you apply these things to, you know, your next presentation, your next discussion, your next meeting, your next slide, your next pitch. I mean, some of us here have pitches, right? Trying to win one economically related case or the other. When you're invited for an event that is free of charge, in quotes, most of us do not take the full value. And I'm taking out 5 or 10 minutes to underline the importance of taking notes out of this session from geniuses. Now take notes. From geniuses that have chosen to make their mark locally. there is a trend, the jackpot trend is on. There was a video I watched on social media where there was a South African speaker that was talking about the base of talent in Nigeria. But if you go to Wall Street, the top 100 investment bankers, you see a lot of Nigerians on that list. Top investment banking lawyers, you see a lot of Nigerians on that list. You go to surgery, medical field, top 100 surgeons, Nigerians are on the list. So what it meant is there's a base in Nigeria, a base of talent that is producing these guys, but most of those talents jet out to make their mark. But a few people have chosen to bite the bullet and stay here and help us develop this place. I mean, people like Mr. Rewani, come on. He has international repute. People like the panelists I'm going to announce very soon. You wonder, why are they staying back in Nigeria? Knowing that if you had half the opportunity, you would carry your bag and go and queue up in Murtala Mohammed International Airport and leave this country. So it takes a different level of guts and grind and grit, you know, to stay back here and make things work. And credits and special shout out to all those who are making it happen. So in another 2 minutes, we'll begin with our panel session. I think everyone is coming downstairs for us to go ahead. Please, if you have your food, eat. If you don't, please, is somebody going around to make sure everyone has something to snack on? Is somebody going around to make sure? Some people just walked in, so please make sure everyone has someone to snack on. Just put up your hand. You see the ladies in white. Those are the ones in charge of food. Please, again, I don't know if the car is repacked. I'll announce one more time. If you have an SUV, Lexus SUV, with the plate number GGE 488GC, navy blue color, please, you need to repack. It is important for you to do so. You're causing a lot of obstruction outside. Okay. Do we just hold on or do we continue? Okay, let's get straight into it. We want to minimize the rowdiness a bit. We want calm and decorum throughout the hall while we go into the next session. I hope our online audience are also back in front of their webcams. Okay, in case you missed it, this is an economic summit with the theme, Feasible Journey to Recovery. And if you are just joining us, you will have missed a session, a 1-hour session actually presented by Mr. Bismarck Rewani. You'll have the opportunity to rewatch this program on our YouTube channel for RCCG, for this RCCG parish. Okay, in no particular order, I want to begin to call up our panelists, but I think I'll call up our moderators one more time. I'm tempted to go close to this podium, but I need anointing and some special things to go. I feel like using this, just in case I do, please indulge me. So I'll call up our moderators first. Please, a round of applause again for Mr. John Bulu and Mrs. Uwa Osa Obo, please. So this time, you guys will stay far from each other on one side and the other side. Okay? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma. Hope you had time to grab a snack. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma. Okay. I hope we can take a break from what we're eating, and just for the sake of clapping, okay? So I'm going to call up our first panelist, in no particular order. Our first panelist is the managing partner of Sahel Capital Agribusiness Managers. You would have heard the introduction earlier, Mr. Mezwo Muyeli. Please, a round of applause for him. These are people that are working hard to make sure the cost of food do not go through the roof. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for coming. Mr. Mezwo is the managing partner of Sahel Capital Agribusiness Managers. It's a food and agribusiness-focused private investment firm across sub-Saharan Africa. He's a non-executive chairman, co-founder of AAC Foods, a Nigeria-based food manufacturing company, and also the co-founder and non-executive director of Sahel Consulting, also into agriculture and management consulting. Presently, he serves on the Nigeria National Advisory Board for Impact and Investing, and also on the boards of Africa Private Equity and Venture Capital Association, and also Private Equity Venture Capital Association of Nigeria. He's an Eisenhower Fellow of Archbishop Tutu Fellow. He holds a master's in business administration from Harvard Business School and received a BSc in industrial management with a minor in information, also from Carnegie Mellon University. Got it right? Sorry, please permit all these things. And he's also honored. He's honored by Harvard Business School in 2021, which is in distinguished alumni achievement. With a round of applause one more time for our panelists. Okay, our second panelist. I'll call her name last. So let me run through her profile, then I'll call her name. That's more proper, okay? Adenike Adeyemi is a social innovator with expertise in... Obviously, you guys are paying attention. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Adenike Adeyemi while I run through her profile. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for coming. Please go away from the lady. Come somewhere here. Thank you so much. So that we'll have a little balance. Okay, I'll run you through her profile now. She is a social innovator with expertise in small and growing businesses, in policy, institutional transformation, non-profit sustainability, philanthropy, and corporate governance. She has a 20-year experience, including working in private and public sectors, and she has funded and implemented innovative programs for micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, and young people. She's the CEO of Fate Foundation, which is a foremost business incubator and has connected over 240,000 entrepreneurs in 31 states. She has fundraised and secured partnerships for over $6 million, and locally and internationally, and partners including Youth Business International, Google.org, Meta, Standard Chartered Foundation, and the Kingdom of Netherlands to support the foundation's work. Of Netherlands to support the foundation's work. She has a master's in public administration and a master's of art in diplomacy and international relations from Seton Hall University. She also has a Bachelor of Arts in linguistics from University of Ibadan. She's an Eisenhower Global Women Leaders Fellow. A round of applause one more time for Adenike Adeyemi. Sometimes reading these profiles, you have to be ready to hold your breath because, and these are abridged versions. I dare you to read the full version. I dare you. I'll keep you guys here because these guys are people that are pulling a lot of weight in their various sectors. Now, for the next panelist. Is he here? I can't. Okay. Now, our next panelist, I will stick to the format I mentioned, is a fellow of the Institute Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, an associate member of both Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria and Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. He graduated with a first-class honors from OAU, Nigeria, and holds a master's degree with distinction average in test and measurement, and a PhD from the same institution. He has over 30 years experience. Are you listening? He has about 30 years experience in academia, finance, consulting with 20 years in professional banking. Of course, when I said all those chartered, you know it's banking, or maybe consulting. He was the executive director at Guarantee Trust Bank, which was responsible for international expansion, strategy formulation, and implementation. His experience and expertise covers financial control strategy, corporate planning, and international banking, and he served on the board of all, emphasis on all, Guarantee Trust Bank subsidiaries and other companies. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome the MD CEO of Optimus Bank Limited, Mr. Ademola Odeyemi, please. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for joining us. You can choose, yeah, all right, fantastic. Now, you'd have noticed we've cut through different sectors, right? I started with agric. The second one is pretty much around techpreneurial, entrepreneurial, innovation, incubation sector. I've gone into banking, financial services, consultancy-ish. And now finally, we have a final panelist, and he has served as the Alliance and Channel Director for Oracle in Africa. He's in charge of Oracle's partner ecosystem development and entire indirect revenue for Africa. Prior to this, he worked with IBM, managing the IBM Industry Solutions for West Africa. He has a track record of sales and business excellence in Africa and has worked with numerous enterprises, of course, cutting across the private and government sectors. And he specializes in developing a technology enterprise. He has a book he's written called In the Room, and this book is on sales and business across Africa. He also studied at University of Ibadan and got a second degree in business IT from Teesside University, UK, and an MBA from Holt International Business School, Boston, and also an executive education from Harvard Business School and Columbia Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we make welcome the president of Book Club, Mr. Weyemi Egbe. And he likes to play polo. I don't know if you all know polo. Polo, the game with the horse and a stick, and all of them are just chasing one ball, you know, in a pitch. Very expensive sport. Okay, I think at this point, without taking too much of your time, I want to hand over to our moderators in the person of Mr. Joe Mbulu and Mrs. Uwa Osa Obo. I got it right? Thank you so much. A round of applause while we run through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvin. I think we'll go straight to the presentations. So the format is each of our panelists will do a presentation for 15 minutes, and then when they finish, we'll ask questions. So as they do present, please write your questions. We'll take them at the end, all right? So I think we'll start with Mr. Muzo Muneli. I hope it's queued that way. 15 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll come up to the podium if that's okay. Blessed to be here at Christ the Lord Parish to be able to share with you. And I also really enjoyed Bismarck Rwani's earlier presentation. I follow him as well. Many people mentioned they follow him. He has a report that comes out every month with lots of data, extremely invaluable with the work we do as well, just understanding the economy better. I'm assuming the slides will come up. Yeah. Before I start, I would actually like to get a feel for who is in the room. How many of you are business owners? If you could just raise your hand so I can have a sense. Okay, a fair number. How many of you are business owners in agribusiness or work in agribusiness? Okay, smaller number. Many of you are the brave, and we'll come and touch on that a little bit later. And the last comment to mention, some of you are still finishing off the snacks. And I'll actually to encourage you with your snacks to actually look at who is making that product, where is it being produced, potentially what raw materials are going into that product. As a habit of mine, just every time I say a food product, because that's actually a business. And the question is that business here in Nigeria producing jobs and wealth, or is that imported? So it's also good to pay attention, because if you're an entrepreneur thinking about where the opportunities are, it's also trying to see, can you be a supplier to that business? Can you produce a competing product? Something to pay attention to. Now, I'll start with giving an overview of agribusiness dynamics around the world. I think ultimately, food is expensive. It doesn't matter whether you're here in Lagos or in Nigeria, you're in Europe or the US, food is extremely expensive. Food prices have gone through the roof. Food inflation in Nigeria is about 24%. In Ghana, it's got to 40%. In the UK, it's, if I'm not mistaken, circa 20%. So people are feeling the pain not just here in Nigeria, but around the world. And that pain is causing quite a bit of unrest. In politics, you're seeing demonstrations because they're hungry. It's hard to imagine, but there are hungry people in the UK, there are hungry people in the US, and people are trying to figure out how do they adjust to these higher food prices. And the question is why? Why is food so expensive? Climate change has an impact. There's floods, there's drought. In Europe, particularly, there's been drought the last 1 year that has impacted crop yields, so the food they're producing has actually dropped. The Russia-Ukraine war has actually disrupted food supplies around the world. I don't think many people realized how Russia and Ukraine were centric to many different agribusiness food supply chains. And it's important to also mention that there's interconnectedness. It's not just food produced in Nigeria, but it's interconnectedness with food around the world. Two countries, Russia and Ukraine, produce 22% of wheat. 5 countries produce 60%. So it's hard to imagine that your price of Indomie here in Nigeria is impacted by Russia and Ukraine war, just because of wheat prices going through the roof. If we think about the strengthening the food ecosystem, all the countries the past 3 years have trying to figure out how do they invest more domestically, how do they strengthen regional food ecosystems, because ultimately, if that is not done, it will create unrest, not even just in Nigeria, but around the world. So strengthening that food ecosystem is extremely important. Now, a side comment to make is that part of what we do is we manage money for investors, we invest in the sector. And every time I speak to international investors, I always have to defend the challenges in Nigeria, inflation, unrest, currency. But I must admit, the last year and a half, I've actually enjoyed some conversations with investors, because when I get questions about why is there currency devaluation in Nigeria, I say, well, you know, it's not just particular to Nigeria. You know, in the UK, you guys have lost and had significant devaluation in your currency. And I believe inflation in your, so I've actually enjoyed, it doesn't take away from the problem, but I think it's also important to put in perspective, it's not unique to Nigeria. All countries around the world face this issue, and we need to take that perspective as we engage and with different counterparties. Now, in terms of Nigeria specifically, in terms of what the sector looks like, we have and are blessed with an abundant amount of arable land that can be used for agriculture. We have significant water resources, and all of this can be directed to a vibrant agricultural sector. It accounts for a significant portion of GDP, roughly 23%, employs a large amount of people. So depending on the estimates you look at and how you characterize the sector, between 40 to 60% of people are involved in some form with the food and agriculture sector. Exports, not as large as oil, but 1.2 billion worth of exports is not something to be sneezed at. This is cocoa, cashew, sesame, other food products. We do import a significant amount of food, 7.8 billion, and this ranges from wheat to rice to dairy, a broad range of different things. But the way to think about this is that we have a large population that is consuming food, and how are we going to, is this food going to come developed produced domestically or imported? In terms of other metrics, very low amounts of fertilizer use in Nigeria, compared even to other African countries. Mechanization rates very low, yields very low, huge amount of food waste. Now, this shouldn't be a surprise because I think we've all heard about many of these issues. Now, the question is, with all these issues, why are we investing? Why is there an opportunity and how we should think about it? And Bismarck mentioned a little bit earlier that opportunity is for the brave. And it doesn't matter whether it's agriculture, different sector, it's how do you identify the opportunity within all those different challenges. The way we think about it is that, yes, mechanization is low, yes, yields are low, but if you're able to invest, use technology, use knowledge insights to boost yields or engage effectively, you can create value for yourself and, of course, value for the economy. If you look and then say, well, protein consumption in Nigeria is extremely low per capita. Effectively, we don't eat a lot per person of various different types of animal protein products. If you compare this to Kenya, forget Europe, the US, the consumption of protein, animal protein in those countries is significantly higher. So if you're able to produce well-priced, affordable poultry, fish, and the consumption just equals other African countries, the value created is tens of millions of dollars, not even hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue for those businesses that are there. So opportunities within those challenges are important to mention. Looking at key issues that also impact the sector, and I'll touch on different things, and I'll give a couple case studies to give perspective of the different challenges, but within that, the opportunities. But some of these issues we need to figure out how to address. So the first is food insecurity. Large population, you may debate what the exact number is, but large population, and roughly another 60 million will be added over the next 10 years. So the question is, how will these people be fed? Because we have to eat. And the people will either be fed by domestic businesses and farmers producing this food or by imports. But there's a huge need that needs to be addressed. And if we want, from a macroeconomic perspective, to make sure food is affordable and is readily available, that investment has to be done domestically so we're not as dependent on imports. But food insecurity is a real issue. And especially when you go into the rural communities, it's even more intense in terms of that food insecurity, where people are quite worried about where meal comes from a day-to-day basis. We also saw this during COVID. The large portion of our population pays and buys food based on the money they make that day. How are we going to address these food insecurity issues? Access to finance is a big one. It's not unique to the agriculture sector. It's how to ensure farmers, businesses in the sector get the money they need. The central bank has a range of different policies that I think are quite beneficial for the sector. Implementation is always the challenge. We have a business in north central Nigeria, large scale, 1,000 hectares cultivating cassava. We turn that cassava to starch. Starch is sold to the large multinationals that use it as a substitute for imported cornstarch. And we wanted to bring small farmers into our network. We wanted to lever Anchor Borrowers Program, which gives subsidized money. And in that process, I think we tried for 2 years to get that process through the bureaucracy of the government. And I think the summary is that if you want to do things ethically, it becomes very difficult to actually process. So good policies, there is available for the sector, but we need to figure out through the implementation. I think the comment was made earlier, I think it was Bismarck that made that comment earlier, how do we have the right individuals in government that are pushing through decisions to ensure eventually gets to benefit the ultimate beneficiaries. But just to give an idea of statistics, there is roughly, and I hope I remember my numbers correctly, but there is roughly a billion naira, what 14 trillion naira of loans from the banking sector, of which, if I remember my numbers correctly, roughly 500 billion of that is to the agriculture sector. So a very small percent. Now, and most of that goes to large agribusinesses. Climate change is a big issue. Floods impacting crop yields, drought, security risks. If the food volume produced in Nigeria has actually stagnated because you have farmers in Borno, in Zamfara, in Kaduna, who are being affected by insecurity and so cannot harvest their crop and are now leaving rural areas to urban centers. So we need to address those food security issues, because if you cannot go and farm or cannot run a business in an area with security issues, then how do you address this particular issue? Post-harvest losses, very high at farm gate because we don't have enough preservation, inadequate technologies, underinvestment in regional food systems. Now, as an example on this particular one, the irrigation that was built by the government in Nigeria was done in the 70s and is mostly in northern Nigeria. And it's a very tiny fraction of what we need. Now, putting in place irrigation, if you have a 4-month cycle crop, effectively means you can have 2 cycles in a year, you can double farmer incomes, you can address food pricing issues. But if you don't have irrigation, it makes it very difficult to be competitive. So investing in this infrastructure is very critical. People talent is usually overlooked, but most people studying agriculture science in our universities was not their first choice. So how are you getting the talent you need when the people who are studying agriculture science are only there because they couldn't get anything else they wanted? is a big issue. We need to ensure that we invest more, we attract the right talent, graduate those people out. At the same time, even when you have talent, for us, we have businesses in Kogi, in Kano, Anambra, Kwara. To get senior management that want to move from Lagos to Kogi is tough. So if you can't get the right talent to go run the businesses, then how are you actually going to build and scale? Because you can't have an agribusiness in Lekki. It just doesn't work. You have to be in the smaller towns and rural areas. Looking at emerging trends in the sector, there's a lot of technology that is coming to play that can be leveraged. Some that we've seen directly used is around sensors. We have a dairy company in Kano. We used to be invested in a dairy company. Cold trucks with yogurt coming from Kano to Lagos, going to Onitsha. And one of the key issues we had was theft of diesel. Turn off the cold truck, your yogurt gets to Lagos, is spoiled. So how do you address that? Sensors in the trucks that track temperature. So if temperature drops, you then know that somebody in the car switched off the system. So sensors in the ground as well to check pH levels, moisture levels. So there's technology that can be used, but we've only seen the large agribusiness and commercial businesses using it. It hasn't yet percolated down to small farmers, and there are many different reasons for that, but there's technology to make things efficient. But even before you go to high-end technology, it is, let's use right tractors, let's have irrigation, let's use the right seed technology to get stuff done. Now, many of you, and I've got many questions saying, okay, there's opportunity in agribusiness, where do I invest, how do I invest, what do I do? Now, this is a long discussion. We don't have a lot of time for it, but what I would characterize is a few things. The first thing is to recognize that if you're going to invest in the sector, it is a business. Whether it's poultry, whether you're farming, you have a restaurant, even when you're doing technology, and with every business, you have to be on ground. You cannot say that I have land in my hometown, but I'm here in Lagos, but I'm managing it. It will not work. You lose money. You have to be there on ground. So the first thing is, if you want to be in the business, you have to decide what risks do you want to manage, where can you stay, how can you provide the oversight to then manage that risk, which sector dynamics are you comfortable managing, and what does that mean for you? So if, for example, you say you want to do poultry, then recognize that with poultry, avian flu is the biggest risk if your birds die or your assets are gone. So how do you manage that risk, and are you comfortable managing that risk? And it comes down to where you're locating your birds, how you providing vaccines, a range of different things. If you want to be in farming, do you want to do row cropping, effectively cereals, other crops that have 3-4 month cycles? Do you want tree crops? What does it mean? How are you going to manage that agronomy? Or do you want to be closer to consumer doing packaged foods? And how do you then do those packaged foods? Now, when you've now made that decision, there are very real business issues to pay attention to, which are, how are you building your management team? Because ultimately, for anybody going to business, in my view, if you're going to put in that time and effort, you want to build scale. This is not just you and one person running the business. You can start there, but you want to build scale. So how are you thinking about building the management team so you have that capacity to grow? How are you thinking about putting processes and controls in place? Because if you don't have processes and controls in place, you cannot scale, you cannot attract third-party investments, it's even harder to get financing from banks. And then how do you manage these risks to then create value and grow your business? I'll stop there. And I think just to give context, we have investment spreads through Africa. And we've done stuff across many different value chains. And each one is very different from the other. So agriculture is not one sector. There are many different sectors with very different dynamics. I'm happy to go in the Q&A, my time is up, into more detail on particular sectors and answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You know, when you spoke about people that went to Agric as an option, I was one of them. And my friend over there is one of them. We didn't get medicine, so Agric made sense. So Demola is a friend from olden days, and he'll be our next person on the podium. So let's welcome Dr. Demola Adeyemi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start first by thanking my PICP. No, I'm just smiling. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much for the opportunity, PICP. No, I see him every Sunday, and he had said he's going to corner me now going forward. I also thank all the organizers of the event. I'll be talking about the financial services industry, the opportunities that are there for us in the new regime that we are going into. As you would see, the financial services sector is one of the toughest industry you can be in. It's the most regulated of all the sectors that we have in our economy today. Too regulated. There is no consistency, as you can see. Policy changes and somersaults on a daily basis. So it's a very tough area, but when the going gets tough, the tough itself gets going. That's where we are there. Some of us have been there for so many years that we can't do any other thing. Even when we retired from one organization, we went to go and start another one. Somebody was asking me, why would you go into this stress again? Why can't you go and sit down in the village and enjoy yourself? So that's all I know how to do. So I'll be talking about the opportunities, and my presentation is up there. Can you please go to the next slide for me? Okay, my outline, I'll talk about today's realities, which Mr. Irimani has nicely spoken about. I'll talk about the possible economic actions by the incoming regime, just creating scenarios of what they will likely do. I'll talk about financial sector's response to some of these scenarios, and then we'll look at the sectors to watch in this church and by everybody listening, and then strategies to navigate the emerging environments. First, the realities is been spoken well about. Inflation, when you look at inflation in Nigeria, sometimes you wonder how we survive. Double-digit inflation it means if you keep your money in your pocket, by the time you go out tomorrow, the value has changed. You will notice that when you buy things today, they will say the price remains valid for only 3 days, for only 7 days. It's tough. You can't possibly invest appropriately in a situation where inflation is at double digits. It's actually inimical to growth in any economy. Devaluation, we've known about it. I did an investment 2 years ago. At that investment, the dollar was going for 570 or 550. Today, you know what it is today, 750, 740. So even the investment has not started yielding results, but I've lost 50% of the investments. That's the reality, because you have to inflow dollars to invest in Naira. So you bought the dollar and you change it to Naira. You can look at it within how many years, you've lost 50% of the investment. It's really, really challenging. I can't say much about inefficient infrastructure. It's a major problem in the country today. We all saw what happened about a couple of months ago when we have this Naira redesign, how all the infrastructures were just failing because our infrastructures have not been built to have the resilience and to have the scalability that is required for us in the country. Resource management, Bismarck has spoken about that extensively. At all sectors of our life, resources are poorly managed. Sometimes you wonder what has happened to us? Who has done this to us? You see how resources are managed in other environments, but in your own climb, even the best knowledgeable people, the way they manage resources, you get worried. Insecurities. I have a cousin who farms somewhere in the Niger State. He used to do 3, 4, about 10, 15 bags of beans and rice annually. In the last 2 years, he couldn't even go to the farm because of insecurity, a major problem. Even those that are in cities, we know what we've experienced with kidnapping and co. I also have a small farm. Sometimes going to that farm is a challenge because if we are kidnapped, we ask, what are you doing in the farm? Whereas it's a hobby that we like. Unemployment, we all know what it is. Brain flights. When you talk to young people these days, they all want to jackpot. It's a major problem and it's affecting us a lot. Inconsistent economic policies, I've talked about that. Today is this, tomorrow is that. Continuous changes, which does not facilitate proper planning. Next slide, please. Okay. Possible actions that the government will take. One, I believe they will remove petroleum subsidy. Because if you don't do that, there'll be bigger problems ahead of us. I used to work in Ministry of Finance during the second term of President Obasanjo. I was in charge of the recurrent expenditure of the Federation at that time, at the Ministry of Finance. Then we're producing about 2.2 million barrels of oil every day. And we're selling about $60 per barrel. We're budgeting about $40 per barrel, and we're keeping $20 in what we call the excess crude account. Look at what we're producing, 2.2 million barrels per day. By the time you add condensate and other things to it, it was quite a lot. Today, okay, look, if you look at the size of government then, small governments, not many parastatals as we have today, look at it today. To even get 1.1 million barrels today is a problem. But look at the size of government. And out of each 1.1 million barrels, half of the process is used to subsidize the price of refined petroleum. So which is why today, central bank cannot meet FX demand of the country, because it is just not there. And our elementary economics, like you know, when you look at the demand and supply curve, which determines the price of a product, supply continues to reduce, but demand continues to increase. What happens to equilibrium price? It goes up. It's just, that's the only way to go. So if people tell you stories, when I was listening to Bismarck when he was talking, that black market is going to come to 6:30, I said, well, I pray so. But I can't see it, honestly. But let's leave that for us to watch. They have to unify the exchange rate. In actual fact, IMF and other multilateral finance agencies have said there's actually a way of selling money, more or less. Because you can't create a scenario where two people go to the same market and they are buying things at different prices. It's not going to work. They just have to do it. They have to spend more money, unfortunately, because it's tough today. Because, like I've said, the pot is empty. Let's be honest with ourselves. But they have to create more money, which means they have to borrow to spend. Then taxation must definitely it must go up, like we have seen. They will look at expanding the tax base and also, increasing the tax penetration in the economy. You'll be surprised that some of us pay much more taxes than even the multi-billionaires in the country today. Most of them don't pay taxes at all. Renewed commitment to tackle insecurity, I believe they will do that. And then they will likely, if 0.2 above is addressed, we might likely see increase in FDIs and FPIs coming to the country. Next, please. How are we going to respond in the financial services sector? One, you will see that banks will not be bullish in lending in the next 1 year. What are you lending to finance? Bulk of the loans that are granted by banks in Nigeria have usually been granted to finance importation. What are we importing? Even if you give a loan to the customer, will you get the FX that's required? So banks are going to be a lot more cautious in lending because of the macro challenges that we have seen. And if you look at it truly, many banks are carrying NPLs in their books today because of the macro factors. You have created a structure, you have looked at the analysis where you believe they're going to make X% spread. But by the time the thing came in, look at the exchange rate, etc., prices have gone up. And you cannot push all these to the customer because customers cannot afford it. It's a major challenge. Now, given the need to observe and understand the emerging trends, the post-inauguration, lending to new businesses is going to be more challenged because new businesses carry new risk. So for new businesses, it's going to be a little bit tougher for them to get finances from bank. Then exposure to foreign trade and related activities will also be constrained because of FX. The moment there's no FX in a country like Nigeria where we are 100% import dependent, I look around the church today, practically everybody here is either wearing imported item or eating imported item or drinking imported item. From glasses to hair cream to hair to shoe, everything is imported. We said something the other time, population is growing every year faster than GDP growth. It's a disaster. But Bismarck said something that maybe we'll have what we call the Malthusian theory coming to play if care is not taken. I'm sure some of us remember Malthusian theory of population. That when population is growing at geometric rate and the economy is growing at arithmetic rate, and the consequence of what is going to happen. Lending rate is going to go up because to cover the cost, I've said if subsidy is withdrawn, everything, rates will go up. And then there will be this, we are beginning to see disintermediation, which is basically large borrowers going directly to take money from the market instead of going through banks. That is already happening and it's going to continue. Let's go on, please. That's in respect of lending business. In deposit mobilization for banks, competition will continue. I read a report a while back. In that report, it says, it was looking at countries in Africa. You will not believe it. Nigeria is the only country that I saw there that has had reduction in savings as a percentage of GDP in the last 6 years. All the other countries had marginal growth. But I couldn't question the report. When you look at the cost of living has gone very high, inflation has been quite high, devaluation has been quite high, salaries have not been increased. So what you see is that people are actually spending their savings. Because when you look at it in elementary economics, you say your income is equal to consumption plus savings. But now consumption is even greater than income. So where will savings come from? So all the savings of the past, people are already spending it, which is what is creating problems, even for banks, to create that pool of money that they're going to lend to people. Safety of the deposit will become a major priority, because what you may see is that organized financial services players will struggle. So you will see flight to safety and flight to quality happening. Foreign exchange and trade, I've talked about it. Lack of FX supply may hugely impact risk appetite for foreign trade. Increased support for exporters, that's a major area we need to look at, which I'm going to talk about in my next slide. Banks will now be more interested in supporting exports, because that's only where they can get FX to come in. Let's go on, please. In the area of transaction services, agility has become very critical in the industry. If your platform, I'm sure you also happened to Bank's platform during the last 1 month or 2 months, everything was crashing, everything was collapsing. People have to invest in their platform, because there will be competition to satisfy customers. And then you find out fintechs, many of them are coming in to compete for the business of banks, and then customer loyalty, especially in the retail area, becomes very critical. Next slide, please. Okay, what are the sectors to watch, which is what is the meat of this presentation? First, given what I've just painted, the environment we've painted, any business in the area of exports will be a primary and a major business to finance. So if you know anything or anybody or any business that is very good in export, banks are going to go after them, because that is the only way we can get FX to finance other things. So if you look at it, export of agricultural produce, export of solid minerals, which Bismarck also talked about, and export of textiles. I was talking to a lady recently. She retired as a civil servant, and she set up a textile, a garment making factory. And she says she exports to the US. She has various designs for various, for summer, for autumn, for springs, etc. I quickly called her, Madam, let's talk. I need to finance you, because I know export proceeds will come to me. That's an area where many opportunities will be for us. If you look, but export is difficult. You have to understand the entire dynamics, the regulation, etc., before you go into. But there will be a lot of opportunity. Banks will be ready to finance anybody that's going to hand foreign currency, because it's now, in Yoruba they will say, oh, it's more important even than the high. It's as important as the high in FX. It's Olorukonla, that's what they call it now. So if you have it, the banks will follow you too. The SME trading area, SME, I'm sure when next speaker is going to be talking about it, she shed more light on that. For those that have short asset conversion cycles, that is where from beginning to the end is a shorter period, banks will lend to them. And they demonstrate good understanding of what they're doing, they'll be able to get access to facility. I give an example of food chain. If you're in the food chain or you're in the fashion chain, you will likely get finance. People must eat. If you remember Maslow hierarchy of needs, the base of it is food, clothing, and shelter. I know my pastor is always talking about when he preaches to us here. That fundamental base, people must eat. So if you have business in that food area, definitely banks will support you. And you see my former organization continues to do food, what do you call it again now? Food fair or food, something like so because people must just eat, so you have to support them. A critical area that most people have not looked at is the technology sector. I mentioned the other time that things have been failing because of a level of investment in the technology sector. The telcos have not also done sufficient investment in their infrastructure. It's an area where if you can sit down and look at the value chain in that sector, it's massive. If you go out and everybody is looking for Wi-Fi, data, everything, there's a lot of opportunity there. And in actual fact, it's a money spinner. Because anybody that sells, there are two things that when you sell, you make money like bandits. One is air, the other is water. You know what it means? Air and water. These are natural things that if you make use of, you make a lot of money. Next, if you look at it, I said here, under that technology sector, we need to look at it critically and be sure that we're on top of it. A lot of talent development. Today, for us to get IT skills to support us in the bank is a challenge. Because most of them have traveled out. Anybody that can think of setting up an IT school, of harvesting graduates and give them structured IT training is going to make money. Because everybody needs them now. Internet of Things has changed the way things have been done in the industry. So anybody that can look at that area and say, okay, I'm setting up a school to train graduates, engineering graduates, give them IT skills. 2-3 years of training is going to make money, from me. Professional services with proven track records will get support from the bank. Educational sector will get support from the bank. No matter what it is, we'll send our kids to school. So schools, in as much as it's working capital, not fixed assets, will get financing. Health sector will get financing. Bismarck also talked about that. Now, what do we need to do? At the large corporate level, you have to defend and if you are in large corporate, you have to defend and protect your current market share. Be rest assured that there will be competition for your market share. 2, you have to expand and grow into new frontiers, domestically and internationally. You have to explore opportunities of co-creating with your customers. You can't stand and say you are the champion, you are the big company any longer. Customer is the king now. So whichever area we are, we have to work with our customers. We have to backward integrate, particularly for our inputs. Bismarck mentioned the fact that raw materials and inputs into the processes must be looked at critically. We just have to be sure that we can look at it and backward integrate in that area. Close relationship with your bankers. Your bankers are your best friend now. They have to know what you're doing so that they can support you, because you cannot get the leverage on your own. Financial risk management very seriously. Possibilities of exporting. Critically, I've mentioned that you must look for ways of getting foreign currency income. Otherwise, you're going to be on your own. Then you have to utilize all legal and business platforms to protect your business. When there's a change in government, alliances will change. Positioning will change. Whichever position you find yourself, quickly start learning to ally or to be in alliance or to form relationship with the new set of people that are coming in. It's very important. That's why you see most big businessmen, they don't belong to any, they belong to all political parties. They finance everybody. They don't have any permanent friend. If you run a large corporate, you just have to make sure that you start looking at, I'm sure you know that already anyway. For the SME, you have to look at your operational processes. Very critical. Today, there is no room for slack. Today, you must be efficient. Because when the margins are not growing, you have to protect your bottom line. You have to look at how to source your inputs, because now to get FX, to buy anything today is a problem. So you have to localize the sourcing of your inputs. Look for, so locally from your local corporates, who can supply things to you, and then look at what the large corporates are taking. What's the input to the next level, and see how you can support them in ensuring that they get those inputs. For instance, Bismarck talked about the large breweries. They need corn, they need sorghum, how do you find yourself into their chain? They must survive. They've done a lot of investment. Find a way into the web, so that as things are going through, you make your own income too. I said, again, maintain good relationship with your financial institutions. Finally, household, you and I that are here. The habit of savings and staying disciplined is very fundamental. You cannot apply the technique of yesteryears today, because cost of living, every other thing around you tells you that you must cut your coat according to your cloth. So cost containment strategy is very fundamental and very critical for us. And then if you want to invest where you know. You know there are so many investment Ponzi's that we've had in the past. Don't be deceived. Look through before you go. Then explore alternative income sources that I've mentioned earlier. I think the critical thing for us in this church, and for everybody that is listening, don't go into businesses that you don't know. Knowledge is very critical. Understanding is very critical. If you do it, you're going to lose money. Especially if you borrow money to finance such things, you're going to lose money. I will appeal, if you're going to go into leverage, to borrowing at all, please be on top of it and be sure that you know it. Opportunities will always be there. Stay close to those that know. Don't be far away from them. Ask questions. Listen to interview. Listen to things like this, and you get better at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Demola. Thank you. For those who have questions, if you could write them down, and so we can go straight into the questions and answers once we are done with our panelists. But the next person I'm going to introduce is a fair person, and this is the man here. All right, her name is Adenike Adeyemi. She's the Executive Director of Faith Foundation, and in short, an action woman. So let's listen to Adenike. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Uwa, for the invitation, and to the members of the church. It's also great to see one of our alumni members here, Mr. Daniel Banigbu. He's one of our Faith alumni members. Thank you. The good thing is that a lot of what I'm going to speak about, from the keynote speaker and the two panelists that have spoken, they've really set the context. But I think the main conversation that I always enjoy when we speak about micro, small, and medium enterprises is that on the one hand, we say that they're the drivers of the economy. So earlier on, Mezo had asked how many of us run SMEs here, and at least half of us raised up our hands. Those half of the people are the people that are creating jobs. They're creating over 80% of the jobs. In fact, if we ask a lot of our young people here, how many of them work with banks, with telecom companies, with large corporates, probably less than a third. Most people are working with SMEs, small businesses, growing businesses. And if you are any of you here, if you're running a small business in any way, shape, or form, I think we should give you a round of applause. Because running a business is hard in anywhere in the world, but running a micro and small business in Nigeria, it honestly is unbelievable. And you guys are the ones powering the nation, you are the ones powering the economy, you're the ones saving lives in different ways. And despite the negative situation of the economy, because things are not necessarily very positive, I also want you to encourage you, to thank you and to say that hopefully at the end of the day, you'll get a lot of strategy. You are already, and you'll continue to get a lot of strategies on how to continue to position your business for growth, or if you need to change that business, you change it or evolve it as is required. I always like to start, next slide, I always like to start with just understanding the MSME space in Nigeria. We have, to date, over 39 million micro, small, and medium enterprises, according to the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. That number dropped from the earlier count about 2 to 3 years before. But a large number of those businesses are micro and small. In fact, the SMIDAN and MBS recently reclassified. So we usually don't say nano, but nano is now a new term that has been put in, where you're saying people that employ less than 3 people or their turnover is less than 3 million business. And then you then go to the micro and small. So when we think of micro businesses, it's not just the woman selling or the man selling food on the side of the road. A lot of us literally are nano and micro businesses that we operate. The other thing that I also like to point out in this data, particularly because there are a lot of women in the audience, and I'm biased towards women, is that when we look at NMSMEs, most of the women operate in the micro and in the nano space. In fact, only 22% of women operate in the small and medium space. So even as a nation, as a church, I am always biased to focusing on women, because it's not just getting women to build businesses, but to build businesses that, grow sustainably and can come to Sahel and ask for funding subsequently. And so I'm also hoping that when we're also thinking of supporting people in businesses, it's not for them to just start, but for you to grow, to be sustainable to a form that, you are there, the business generates money for yourselves, can continue to pay your salaries and cover your overheads and then more. Next slide. The other thing that we're also seeing is that a lot of young people are running businesses. So our research institute runs, over 2 years ago, started an annual survey of the state of entrepreneurship in Nigeria. And young people, particularly between the ages of from 18 to about 39, are the ones that run the most businesses. So again, even though that focus, and I can also say that we have a largely young profile of audiences here. But the interesting thing also that we saw was half of those are people between the ages of 30 to 39. And when we explored that further, we also discovered that a lot of people, either because they had been laid off or because they are also looking for alternate forms of employment or income, are also starting businesses much earlier. And the other thing we then did last year, which is also important, and I'm trying to sort of set the context for the data here, was to do what we termed as the indicators for entrepreneurship in Nigeria. So what are the things that show that Nigeria is a thriving and entrepreneurial community and environment? Unlike other parts of the world where you have to encourage people to be entrepreneurial, in Nigeria you don't need to encourage people to be entrepreneurial. If anything, we have to encourage people that it's not everybody that has to be in business. I know it's a strange thing. I always say it, that it's not everybody that has to be an entrepreneur. You can have entrepreneurial thinking, but you don't have to start a business with that. But on the context of that is also understanding that in the environment that we live in and in the environment that we stay, doing business continues to be something that a lot of entrepreneurs complain about, the policy environment, the regulatory environment, and the like. But you know the interesting thing, when we did this survey last year and we launched this report in November, a lot of entrepreneurs still felt that there was still entrepreneurial potential in Nigeria and still felt that, you know, the opportunity and the perception of opportunities to do that. I don't know if we still do that survey this year. It will still be the same because of the things that have happened in the last 3 to 4 months. But I think for me, it's just to encourage you that there's still a lot of opportunity in running a business, and a lot of people running businesses like you still believe in the potential of entrepreneurship. So what are the issues and the challenges that we're seeing? That, you know, again, emphasized by a lot of the earlier speakers. So first is that anybody running a business here would always say the top 4 or 5 challenges, right? And that's access to finance, access to markets, energy and power, issues with, you know, talents, people that can come and run the businesses with them, and then issues around multiple taxation. It is going to get harder and harder, and I'm happy that the previous panelists said that. For anybody that is going to look to loan money in any way, shape, or form, whether from your family and friends and fools, or from the bank, or from anywhere, it's going to get increasingly harder to get money. And so it's important for us to think that any business that we're running has to be able to generate enough cash flow to be able to grow the business. Now more than ever, anybody that is loaning you money will not loan you money if they don't think that your business is viable. And I don't just mean institutions, even an individual, even your auntie, your uncle, your wife, your husband, whoever, you know, because everybody is suffering, either as an individual or as a corporate. So if you have significant cash flow issues, you're even going to be more challenged trying to raise financing. The bright side, though, is that there are quite a lot of other people who are financing and supporting micro and small businesses in different ways, and I'll come to that generally. The other thing that has also happened are sort of like the highlights of, you know, certain things. So the cash withdrawal policy has really impacted a lot of small and growing businesses. About last weekend, we visited somewhere where you had a lot of small businesses that were depending on like all these beach and tourism communities in Lagos. And they were saying that they've not been able to have business since December because people that come to pay to the beach, 5K, 2K attendance, 1K for drinks, all of that, nobody has been coming. So businesses have been significantly impacted by the cash withdrawal policy limitations, the new Naira note policy, and then even businesses, a number of our poultry businesses, a number of our businesses that sell eggs too, were also significantly affected because people cannot buy for a lot of the services. So if you are in a business that has obviously been very cash dependent, you know, those are some of the things that you then need to think about. The elections also put in a damp to the productivity and any economic activity. So when we had the state elections and the federal elections, that means that a lot of small businesses really had to close down. So if you're not a business that was producing T-shirts or campaign flyers or something, you were also impacted by that. Even the census also coming is going to impact quite a lot of businesses if they have to shut down the economy too. The other thing is that consumer behaviors, this is the next slide. Consumer behaviors are also changing a lot. Because even if you think of the food that you've eaten in the last 1 to 3 months, it's essential food. You're thinking twice before you go to a fast food restaurant or even a restaurant of any form. So consumer behaviors are changing to essential foods, essential things, essential patterns. The value of the Naira has significantly dropped. So every decision that you're making as a consumer, you know, it's being impacted by that. And then what's also happening is that it's not even that tax is being expected to increase. Tax has actually increased. So a lot of our businesses have complained that they've seen in the last few weeks a significant influx of local government, state government, tax agents, uniformed or ununiformed, that have come to them. And so and that's expected to rise because, a lot of, as we've seen, revenue is very low in the country. So at the local level, at the state level, because oftentimes when we think of tax, we always think of VAT, CIT. No, it's the small one. As a small business in Nigeria, depending on the state or the local government you have a minimum of 44 taxes to sometimes 60 plus that can be collected from you at different points. So whether interstate, whether it's things around signage, radio licenses, and those things. And one of the things we also tell people is that expect that these things are also going to be also on the rise as the economy is evolving. Then obviously there's a slowdown in financing options and opportunities. So where are the opportunities? What should we think of if you're running a small and growing business? The first thing I will say is what is in your hand? I know a joke was made about people that went to school to do agricultural engineering or economics because maybe they wanted to do medicine. Or somebody like me, I studied linguistics. I studied linguistics, but it was law I wanted to study. But guess what I now realize? That if I actually went on the path of linguistics, I can now set up a small linguistics business that will be paid by Google to do translation for local languages for their online platform. So you may have gone to university to study a degree that you don't like. In fact, like in my own case, linguistics was because that was the cutoff mark I got in Faculty of Arts. But in that degree, could there perhaps be a business opportunity for you? So think about that, because the way the world, and this is my challenge to the young individuals, young aspiring entrepreneurs here, you'll be very surprised that your agricultural engineering economics degree will create businesses for the smallholder farmers who need extension services, and all those things you learned that did not seem like it made sense can actually be something that can be a business for you. So again, I ask you, what is in your hand? Moses was asked in the Bible to take your staff and use that to part the Red Sea. And you'll be very surprised that the degree that you think was useless is of advantage to you. The other thing is that in terms of even education, in fact, most of the opportunities we have at Faith, 80% of them are for young people. At some point, even the people that were over 35 were complaining because we're like, all these grants, all these programs, everything that is free. So if you're a young person now, honestly, even despite the unemployment and underemployment, a lot of programs are supporting innovation. In fact, sometimes there are programs that are supported that they'll just say, come with an idea. And you'll be supported to think through that. So think of your age, think of your demography, think of where you come from, think of your talent, think of your educational degree, and ask what you can do with that. The second way that I answered the opportunities was, what is in your heart? A number of the businesses that I see at Faith were started because people felt a burden for a particular issue. And that burden was then solving a problem. So we have people who are traveling out of the country and who are jackpotting. Guess what has happened? A number of people are creating businesses because everybody cannot travel with their family. So there are geriatric programs that people are saying, what's going to happen to my mom, my dad, she's ill, I need support. Do you know what's happening? People are setting up geriatric, small SME businesses where you're employing ladies and gentlemen who went to technical and vocational schools who may not have jobs, providing support to them on how to take care of older parents and people and having that there. That is a need. In fact, somebody was telling me a few days ago that even for those who are jackpotting, there are people who are setting up consulting services for them so that they can know how to land softly when they get there, connect them with information sources and opportunities. So even in this challenge, creates opportunities, creates solutions that you can use and you can build with. I always think that our greatest source of revenue and potential will even be in the unemployment situation that we had. And he gave a very good example of you need to skill. There's so much gap in the market that you need to train people to meet those gaps. So one of the reasons I was late here was that we're doing a pitching program at Faith. And one of the ladies that was pitching was developing a business to skill young men and women like her. She's a university student in LASU here, but over the last 1 to 2 years, she has developed an hospitality academy to train her fellow peers to be able to work in hotels, in restaurants, in canteens. So in the problems that we have, there's a lot of potential with that. I think the last thing is that where is money going to, right? So how will you identify opportunities again as a business? Is where are people funding? If CBN is doing a fund, like Mezo said, half of it goes towards agribusiness. So where you see call for funding, call for application, you see that those are a lot of like signposts to also what? Another thing we've not really talked about is so we've talked about food security, agribusiness, and other things, but there are also other potential places like climate change. There's one of our entrepreneurs who just opened a mobile solar-powered cold chain store in Mile 12 in Lagos. He is not up to 30 years old. He got a space, and for some of you who used to buy like fish in the market before, you know those cold chain stores where you go and buy boxes of frozen fish. What he's done is the same thing, but powering it now with solar powers and addressing the needs of market women, all the tatashe, tomato, pepper sellers in Mile 12 is doing that. I think for me, at the end of the day, is to say that even in the traditional markets, in the traditional ways, because sometimes when we think of where the opportunity, we always think very fancy tech innovation, but even in the traditional business sectors, food, clothing, there's so many things that are happening. A lot of our businesses that are doing clothing, do you know who are their major markets now? Everybody that is traveling abroad, they're sending Adire to them, Adire bag, shoes, clothes, ashoke, everything, and sending it and getting dollars for that. So again, follow the money and look at where it is. So as I round up, what are the things that you need to ensure and have in front of your mind? Customer is king. You can't be a small business and still have 1 or 2 shop persons and not attend to your customers. Make sure that you're in front of your customers. You're in front of the people that are buying from you. When a customer is not happy with something, please apologize, ask what the problem is, and try to, to resolve whatever the issue is. Number 2 is that make your decisions cannot be emotional. And the challenges that a lot of our small businesses have is that you're not doing proper accounting records, you're making very emotional decisions around your business, you're not allowing your financial records and statements to guide you. How can you be running a business and not know what you made in January, February, and March? How can you be running a business and not know what you spent, where you spent it to, what is driving? If you made, and I find that Christians are the most guilty of this. If you made a lot of money in February, yes, come on to church and do Thanksgiving, but ask God to show you, why did my revenue really grow up? Was it the election? Was it what particular day? What happened? And that's where knowledge, wisdom, and understanding comes from. So ask God to give you insight to why your business is doing well, why it is not doing well, so that if you're praying, your prayer is guided, is targeted, it is very strategic with that. But you have to take advantage of that. I think the last thing is also saying that take advantages of the opportunities with digital innovation. You know, a lot of businesses now, whether you're doing products or services, you can sell with Google, with Facebook, with Instagram, with TikTok. If you have a business and you're not using any of those platforms, honestly, you are shortchanging yourself. You don't need to pay for marketing. The platform allows you to know, to target, to define who you want to sell to, who you want to see your business, and the like. So please do take advantages of this digital platform. And again, last but not the least, make sure that you look at opportunities to collaborate. One of the things that has excited me the most is that a lot of our small businesses are partnering together, and some of them are doing exactly the same thing. So they are competitors, right? But they know that they can't source. So you're trying to supply a large corporate. The corporate is asking for 100 tons. You can only do 50 tons. So they're coming together to collaborate. So please look at how, even for those in this church, for instance, saying, okay, what are the people who are doing similar things in my space? Are there things that we can source together? Are there people we can supply together? Do we need to come together and, get a logistics person to help us with our supply? Yes, that person may be doing the same business as you, but you're both, in some cases, even suffering the same issues, the same challenges. So please do not forsake like say, don't forsake the gathering of believers. But for businesses, you need to come together, motivate each other, support each other, jointly advocate for taxes. You cannot be in a sector and you're not part of the policy or the trade group association of your business, whether at the local level in your state or at the national level, because there are people that are making decisions around your sector, around your industry that are affecting you, and your voices need to be heard. When you are in those groups, you are the first point of contact when policies come. You are not surprised by them because in a lot of cases they are tested. You can push together as a group and also advocate for that. This is not the time to do business alone. This is the time to come together and do businesses with other people so that together you can, solve challenges together, support each other, encourage each other, and grow your businesses together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nika. Thank you for your very passionate and practical insights. We thoroughly enjoyed that. We'll go to the final speaker now, and he will throw a bit more light into this new area. And when I say new, 21st century area of tech. So, Emiegbe, please.
Round of applause for him, please. Sorry, just before you go on, please, we encourage everyone to please relax. We have plans for lunch after the event, and most importantly, your questions. As the panelist is going on presenting, you could take notes and pass them across. You don't need to wait, because there's a tendency you may have forgotten the question. Write immediately and pass them across, then we'll address them towards the end. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So, first of all, a big thank you for the opportunity to our PICP and the organizers and fellow panelists. I think it's been a very interesting day for me, listening to different sectors, etc. Okay, so road to recovery with technology. So before I kick off, I want to ask a question. How many people have a phone here? If you have a phone, what's wave? Okay. How many people have two phones? Okay. I remember back in the 90s, so I'm not that old, but I remember back in the 90s, when I want to see someone, when we meet, we will agree, okay, we'll see next week, Wednesday. And then I have to hope that the person remembers that we said we'll see on Wednesday. But these days, it's actually rude to actually see someone without calling the person first. Just show up in the house, the person just came, didn't even call me. That's essentially how the world is changing. So if we move to the next slide, we see that evolution of mobile technology has essentially changed the world. Social media, very key. I have a friend who was stuck at the airport. Flight delays, the airline didn't say anything, and she just went on Twitter. Oh, this is unbelievable, I can't believe this. And she had followers, people were commenting. The next thing, when the airline came, they said, oh, please, all business class passengers can now board. And please, Sandy, can you also? She said, no, I'm not business class. I said, no, but you're on Twitter. Please, join them. Because they know the damage of social media, okay? We also have the metaverse. And what is this? It's a virtual environment. It's still very futuristic, but we're actually going to get to a point where I might want to see PICP and he's busy, but I'll wear a certain goggle and then he will wear his own, and then we'll be in a virtual place where I'll be receiving counseling. And we are getting there. Okay, so cloud, analytics, mobile, and social technologies are essentially changing the way we live our life. Now, if we move on, you find out that there are some top technology trends that we see. The first one is artificial intelligence. So we see, in the movies, robots taking over, etc. But it starts from subtle things like personalization. So you find out that maybe you go on Google and you start researching, you want to buy a new car. Suddenly you start seeing a lot of ads coming about cars, etc. That's essentially using data to filter from an AI point of view. Now, years ago, I remember, I think around 2010, when I was at IBM, there was what we called, then it was cognitive intelligence. And what was that? There were machines, it wasn't fully commercialized, but you could train a machine to do an operation. You had machines that would take a lot of information in a particular field and can give you consultation on that field. Now, we are moving forward. I don't know how many people have heard of ChatGPT. Okay? It has made many people consultants on their own. So I say people have become, I'm in IT, but I'm also a doctor. Because if I have a problem, I will go. Headache and back pain, what is the cause? What should I take? And a lot of people do that in different fields, and that's where we're going. But from a business and a country point of view, for informed decision making, how do we take a decision on the economy? How do you take a decision on which projects to do, which projects to prioritize, using data? You know, I was reading about a company where they said the CEO is an AI, okay? So what they say is, you know what do we need a leader for? We need a leader to make critical, informed business decisions. So if we can feed XYZ machine this data, we are sure that whatever information or decision is not biased, okay? So we're evolving and we see a lot of AI. Blockchain is another, blockchain has been around for a while, but we're talking about public record keeping, okay? For example, date of birth. It shouldn't be debated. We should essentially know what is X person's age, okay? Land titles, any type of record. The way a blockchain is, without going too technical, is essentially saying information is decentralized, so no one can alter or change this information. And public record keeping is essentially very key. So we see some governments doing it. We actually see some of that happening in country, and we expect, when I talk about some of the things, we expect to see, we will see some of that. Internet of Things is another thing. And what is this in simple terms? How do you attach, you see sensors all around, from like smart homes to tracking of things. So for example, there's a pipeline that takes oil and you're tracking the level of oil. You have trucks that are moving produce. Where is XYZ thing at a particular time? And essentially using sensors around. So these are trends that we're seeing globally. And the expectation is that we will take advantage of it, because lack of knowledge is not our problem. Implementation, in some cases, is. Now, what is CDA? And I just coined this: consolidation, digitization, and automation. This is something essentially key, and it's something I believe that we will see. We're seeing some of it, but we'll see a lot more of it in enterprises and in governments. So for example, IT consolidation for MDAs. We have very many ministries, departments, and agencies, each of them using different types of licensing, different types of software, etc. If a government is really looking to minimize costs and manage spending, the reality is, why can't a government be treated like an enterprise? Why can't we see multiple agencies cascading certain licenses, certain solutions? We will start seeing thinking in that direction. We will also see things around shared services. I know a company who, I won't mention their name, but what do? They provide a banking application which is on a shared service. So you have multiple microfinance banks. Instead of getting your own banking application, they just subscribe. So at the end of the day, it's cheaper for them. Instead of having their own solution, their own instance, the speaker spoke about, resources to fix. They're all connected. So we'll see a lot more of that. From a data management point of view, okay, and we saw, when, Bismarck was speaking about all these statistics, etc. The reality is that from a technology point of view, we need to have systems that are easily accessible to everyone regarding data. Who are you? We've seen some good progress. There was we started, I think, BVN came, and it's still here. We have national identification. I think the last time I checked, there are about 95 million registered. The next step is essentially, as we have that data, how are we going to use it? How are we going to leverage that data in solving things like security, in integrating it to, fingerprints, in identifying crime? Someone said something one time. He said, when you see in the movies a crime has been committed, you see people, checking for fingerprints, and then they can map it to this, to that. We don't see so much of that here. In some cases, people will, I saw someone shaking his head there. In some cases, someone can commit a crime and press their hand everywhere, and even sit down and even eat and go, and there'll be no way of tracking. So the next evolution and expectation from a data management point of view is as we've collected that data, how will we manage that data? How will we use that data? How will we ensure that there is no unnecessary bureaucratic process? Now, finally, on this stage, automation. And I put something, I said a difficult process, poor record keeping, and lack of transparency is the beginning of corruption. Because when the process is difficult, that's when someone will say, don't worry, I have a shortcut, I can help you. But if it's a straightforward and transparent process, then don't help me. I will go through the process. Using technology, essentially, will provide that level of transparency for MDAs and for driving business. So if we move on, with all this, what are some of the opportunities? And the opportunities if you are either an investor, opportunities if you are trying to build a career, or opportunities if you are just trying to drive a partnership. E-commerce is one. Everyone is buying online. And it's beyond, you might decide to set up yours. You have the likes of Konga. Someone mentioned that, a speaker mentioned that earlier on. But a speaker on SME mentioned, you can actually just even go on Instagram. Get products, list your products, integrate to a payments portal, and start selling, okay? That essentially is a simple day one, click and start, okay? Payment solutions. I think last time I checked, we had in urban areas about 71% banked, and I think rural areas just about 40, which means that there are still opportunities to bank people. Now, you can look at two things. Some people will say, okay, look at the blue ocean strategy. Go for uncontested market space. But some people will say, you know what, go for a red ocean strategy. In a country like Nigeria, with the population, no matter how many people are selling water, if I decide to start selling water, I'll find people that will buy from me. Same thing with a space like fintechs. There are still people that can be targeted. Healthcare and health tech is another. There's a company, I can't remember their name, that actually provide mobile telemedicine services. So you're not feeling good, you message them, they actually come to your house, check your BP, do everything for you, and for a fee. Cybersecurity. As things grow, government adopts, enterprise adopts, we also have people that are looking to exploit these tech systems, okay? So security will be key. Security will be key. So people that develop solutions around security will see support, will see drive. There will be a lot of opportunities for that in enterprises and governments, okay? Agri-tech is another. I was talking to an organization in Kenya, and they essentially focus on agri-tech, agri-insurance, how to do predictive analysis for crops, manage yield and produce, etc. And then finally, we have, local solution developments. So ISVs, independent software vendors, people that will decide, you know what, I want to learn Python, I want to learn C#, I want to start building a solution because there's a local problem I have identified. And in some cases, you can build it A to Z. In some other cases, you can leverage partnerships with any of the big multinationals to actually support you, and you will get good support from marketing, from free development tools, etc., to actually solve local problems. So I feel, a lot of opportunities which we will see, we continue to see, and they will be on the rise. So if you move on to the next slide. Now, what are some of my personal technology predictions? Okay, I feel we'll see increased investments in technology infrastructure. Okay, we also what happened when there was no cash and everyone was going online and systems were failing, etc. So we don't have a choice. There will be investments directed in that sector, okay, from a banking perspective, from a telco perspective. So the ecosystem around that supports that, we'll see, a lot of investments. The rise of ISVs. I predict we will have an increase in regulation for local content, which will give an opportunity for give more opportunities for local organizations to build local solutions that solve local problems that are sold in local currency to support businesses and governments, okay? I think And I also predict that cloud adoption will be on the increase because it will only make sense not to spend too much money having your own infrastructure and moving to the cloud. For some, we will see a hybrid where things will be balanced. For some, you will have systems where data residency, based on regulation, oh, my data must be in country, will be there, and there will be a split of that. And then I think we will see more, innovative fintechs. I feel we will see a lot more spin-offs from banks that will decide, you know what, instead of it's in my cake, let me just spin off something or invest in something to support that. We'll also see a lot of applications that will support SMEs. Okay, how do you manage the life cycle from thinking of an idea, creating your company, to getting your website, the business, acquiring and managing customers, and automating that? We already have some companies that do that, but I think we will see a lot more as we progress. So I feel that, as we think of technology and think of development, while there may be some challenges, we should also look at what the key opportunities are, what the trends are, and what we can do as we progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to members of the panel. So we'll do one round of questions from here, and then we'll go to the physical questions and online. And I have the privilege of starting with the woman in the panel, Nike. So the SMEs, they are small, and you've advised us to key in the value chains of the big manufacturers and multinationals, because they would need inputs. However, those guys need either scale, because they need efficiency, or we need to have aggregators or aggregation, or I need to be relevant, so relevant that even with my small size, they still come after me. How do you advise the SMEs to manage this problem?
Okay, so if I understand your question, the question is around the opportunities for corporates or larger businesses, or even like a government parastatal who needs services. But sometimes the challenge is around the size of
from the SME standpoint.
From the SME standpoint.
Exactly, I'm a small entity.
Yes. So there are different ways to address that. There are few state governments that have, for those who are looking at governments, there are few states that have procurement buckets open for SMEs and would consider SMEs of sizes for those looking at government. So that would be an option, because it's a very broad question. So for those looking at government, look at states that also prioritize SME contracting and procurement and take advantage of that. I think number two will be what you've mentioned, is that either explore the persons or platforms that allow you, that aggregate all these needs and sources and brings you together to the corporate, or you yourself as a group find other people within your space. So a few years ago, we had one of our accelerator programs where 3 people came together to then form an SPV or a JV arrangement to supply a corporate that individually they did not have the size and the capacity to deal with. You now know what has now happened. The 3 of them have individually built capacity that the corporate is now targeting them individually. So look at what you can do by yourself, look at groups that you can do with it, and then also plan for the future, because sometimes there's some corporates too, like you said, if your service or your product is such that is also indispensable, make sure that you are building towards that plan. Because sometimes people wait until they get that opportunity to be prepared. Are your books ready? A number of corporates will not reach if you don't have audited statements, you don't have certain things around your financial processes that are ready, and then also engage with them. So, okay, I'm not ready this year, I can be ready. What do I need to be ready in the next 1 to 2 years? Can we do some sort of a test contracting arrangement to be able to do that? Because if they've started to engage you, they've seen that there's a possibility with that. You then want to then find the opportunities to bridge that. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I'll do one more, and I'll hand over to. So this is for Wayemi. So thank you so much, by the way, very insightful presentation. There's a practical challenge. You know, technology is very critical in production of processes. It is, so people like Oracle, IBM, they are trusted, they have controls, and security-wise, you believe they are stronger. Now, if you want to then source locally as a substitute, because today you're paying in Forex, and with the devaluation, it's ridiculously expensive, right? So to fix that problem, you look for local providers, the ISVs, you call them. These guys are suffering from the Japa syndrome. So reliability is an issue. Second is they don't have the capacity to withstand all the cyber criminals out there. All right? So there's this dilemma. What do I do? Either keep paying the expensive dollars to have comfort around security and reliability, or try to deal with these issues and survive. So it's a challenge. How do we fix that?
Okay, I mean, very valid. The reality is this. A lot of the corporate multinationals, while selling software, also have programs for local development and local content, okay? I mean, I've worked with IBM and with Oracle. There's typically an ISV program, okay? And what does that do from a partnership point of view? What it means is that a person can come and partner, decide he wants to build a solution in a particular area, and in quote, for lack of a better word, get endorsed, which essentially means he has the relevant certifications, the solution is built leveraging a global platform, okay? And there are certain, certifications / pre-qualifications that essentially vet and say, you know what, this is fit for use, okay? Now, this is not in all cases, okay? Because you have some people that will say, for example, a bank might say, look, I'm not comfortable using a local banking, core banking application, okay? But then I also know, an organization run by a good friend where they run a core banking organization. They leverage technology and security from global players. So the development is not just, the solution is not just locally built. It's essentially combined. And, so far, last time I checked, I think there were over 200, microfinance banks working with them. So it's essentially a mix based on organization, based on funding, etc. But I think that it's something that we see growing. It's something that is essentially encouraged. And I feel we will still see a lot more of that once it is controlled.
My question, Mejo, let me ask my first question. We all know that there'll be devaluation. I don't think anybody is doubting that anymore. With the removal of oil subsidy and the outlook going forward is the central bank will devalue and try and narrow the gap between the official and the parallel rate. Now, the beautiful thing about devaluation for exporters is that economic theory tells us that when your currency is devalued, you export more because you are cheaper in the international market. So for people here who would like to take advantage of that devaluation that we are all dreading, what areas of our Greek exports would you kind of look at if it were you?
Sure. And I'll actually add to that even with the devaluation, because of the size of the domestic market, if you have an import substitution product, it is more competitive against that imported item. So even if you're selling domestically with an import substitution product, you can be competitive. And I'll use both examples. Now, the key exports we have, cocoa, sesame, there's shea butter, there's hibiscus, which goes to Mexico, is used in drinks there. We use Zobo here, but they use for drinks there. So there are a range of commodity type products that can be exported. Now, while there's an opportunity for that export, I'm more of a fan for domestic import substitution, just because the margins on that commodity export trade are very slim. And so you're exporting 8, 9, 10% margin if you're fortunate, and you can do well, but it's driven by economic cycles. Now, on the other hand, if you have a product that you have local supply chain and you're selling to the domestic market and is a substitute for another, then that evaluation actually makes you more competitive. Now, what is interesting is if you looked at the supermarkets around 2016, every time there's been a major movement in currency or there's been difficulty getting dollars, the proportion of domestic products, food products in those stores has gone up and has taken more shelf space vis-a-vis the imported items. And it's just because of that issue. So in addition to the export commodity, I would also encourage for value-added packaged food and drink products that can be sold domestically. I know I've not specified a particular item, but because it's a range, and it's really figuring out, based on interest, access to capital, which one makes the most sense that you want to. So a couple. So we have an investment in a shea butter export business that in theory does well, export dollar earnings. COVID, it dried up. But in that period, so export potential, but they actually also sell now domestically as a substitute for a oil palm derivative, which is now more expensive. So it's going to bakeries and others. So shea butter, shea nuts, cocoa goes to cocoa butter equivalent. It goes to pharmaceuticals, exports, and domestic. For cassava starch is a replacement for imported cornstarch. So if you're a Nestle, a Unilever importing cornstarch, you have cassava starch. That's a replacement substitute. We used to be invested in a dairy company that sourced milk domestically, also used imported powder, and depending on the price point of imported powder versus domestic milk, would make yogurt, and that yogurt will be sold in stores across the country. So those are some examples.
Thanks. Let's come to Demola now. Demola, when you were talking about the outlook of the banking industry, I became sorry for you. Because I said you had an excellent career in a great bank. This is really stuff ahead, I see ahead, because, you are running after key target customers and with the big boys, with the big banks. So looking at the outlook again, let's look into the future. Do you see consolidation happening in this sector where the big will eat up the middle or the smaller ones just because of scale, and the fact that they may be more competitive? And then how do you see fintech also eroding this market? Because in terms of payments, because of the cash crunch of the last 3 months, a lot of people who wouldn't have used payment platforms before have now become aficionados. And I mean, they'll rather do PayPal than go to their banking app. So a market that is constrained, then you have the competition from fintech, and then you have the big boys. What do you think the outlook for the industry would look like?
Okay, thank you so much. Outlook is going to be tough, to say the fact. But like I said earlier, it's when things are tough that the real people actually come out. I read one book the other day that says tough and strict parents produce the best children. So I believe that toughness, it just will make everybody to think deeper and to look at how to create opportunities. There are two things that are critical for us today. If you look at the level of customer satisfaction and complaints about their current banks, that creates opportunities for newer ones that are coming in. So service quality, the resolution of issues are critical variables that will determine shift or people moving from their current bankers to others. That's number one. Then when you look at cost of change, cost of movement, it's quite cheap. So if I have 2 or 3 bank accounts today and my cost of migration is negligible, just download an app and I start doing my business. I can always move if anybody annoys me or if I'm on an app that doesn't work. So varieties will always be there. What will distinguish you is the quality of your service and your availability or your readiness to resolve customer issues when they arise. Now, on consolidation, there will always be consolidation. Consolidation is part of business. The only issue is that, when there is consolidation, the first thing you would see is a decline. You won't see that expected synergy that should result into multiples of returns. So when you look at it critically, some might decide to, if their strategy is to grow through consolidation, they might take it. But my own experience is that most organizations that have consolidated in Africa have not really been able to derive that synergy that they expected at inception. See, African organizations are extremely culture-centric. Organizations' culture differ from one organization to the other. So when they merge, what you would see is that people that cannot take that culture will just move. Because when two cultures meet, the stronger culture dominates and weakens the weaker culture, the other culture. The other people from the other culture who are losing out, they will leave. My friend is doing one consolidation now. I'm sure by the time they finish, the weaker ones will have run away. So that's just the reality. That is the reality. So there would be consolidation depending on the strategy of the various organizations. But the important thing is the synergy might not happen immediately. It might take some time before it happens. That's the second question. I think your third question is the fintech. Very interesting. You see, everybody believes banking is easy and that every Dick and Harry can do banking. Banking is not just technology. It goes beyond technology. And you would see some of the fintechs that started, some of them are gone already because they don't even know banking. They don't know what to do, how to do credit. They don't even know how to access credit. They think everything is payments. Payment is just one aspect of banking. There are a lot more. I'm sure you saw the result of one of them when 80% of the loans are bad. It's a lot more than understanding how to write, codes, how to write codes. No, it goes beyond that. However, to be honest with you, fintechs are growing. They are coming in because they saw opportunity. And they are capitalizing on that opportunity. They are sharing, taking away part of a cake that banks used to eat in those days. But again, it has put us under a lot of pressure to look at our business again, to look at efficiency, to look at using artificial intelligence and others to enhance our business. But the reality is that they are here to stay. But what longevity, what duration do they have is time will tell. Time will tell. I'm sure you know what happened to a lot of these fintechs in the US. They've started laying off people about 2 or 3 years ago, facing challenges, etc. Because doing banking business, I'll give you an example. They are looking for valuation. Banking is not valuation. It's a long-term business. You have to build the base. You have to build the customer base, build the asset base, and optimize, your investments. But fintechs are just number of people that have used the application, number of transactions. But that is not the way to go. That is not a sustainable business practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Demola. I feel you. So there are online questions now, so I'll take one. I've shared with Mezo already. So this has to do with what the person called high chemicalized food items, from the use of inorganic fertilizers to herbicides to post-harvest chemicalization from farmers. And those in markets are major constraints to acceptability of our products in Europe, UK, and basically the Western world. Now, the question is, this has impact on the health of Nigerians. What do you think about organic farming in Nigeria? You can see this person likes organic farming. But that's the question.
Thank you. So there are actually different parts of this question. I'll start from why in most of the world is there industrial farming with chemicals, fertilizer, and it is because it's extremely efficient and it gets, you can produce food at an affordable cost. Now, at the same time, in recent years, there's been a rise in demand and interest for organic foods. And the reason is multifaceted. And first of all, to define organic is both the farming practice and how you use chemicals or no chemicals in the growing of the food. It's because they've seen that there's been potential ecological damage with fertilizer leaking into the streams and rivers. And they've been seeing that there's some residual left over on the food. And so you have a section of the Western world that is willing to pay a premium for organic food. So you have a trade-off between affordability and paying that premium for what they deemed organic, looking at the farming practices and whether they use organic or chemical fertilizers. Now, if you come to Nigeria, in my view, most of what we do is organic anyway, because the quantity of fertilizer we use and the chemicals is so minute compared to most of the world. So there's already that gap. Now, at the same time, where you see issues on export of products and things being flagged, in my view, is also around potential misapplication of those chemicals when they're being exported. And it's because you're worried about weevils, you're applying chemicals, and the way you're applying it is not appropriate for how it's been exported. So it's more misapplication versus overuse. Now, with that said, there is a market for exported organic, but it's very important to have traceability and also validation of that organic. So if you have traceability, you have validation that is organic farming practices, there will be a market for that product. From a business perspective, though, you also have to be careful because as you're now doing organic, it will take time to build that traceability, to build that farming practice, to then convince the overseas buyers that they should pay that premium for the product. So yes, there's a market, but there's a process to also ensure you can get to that market. But in general, the food we eat anyway here in Nigeria, for the most part, is in my view, would comply with many organic practices.
Thank you. There's a question for our finance guru, and it has to do with the whole Naira, the whole currency exchange. So the person basically says that it appears as if we can't do without cash. Okay, so what could be the issue? And what can be done in case of such uncertainty that arose the last time? So, Demola, you have the question.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Very important question. The cashless, I would say, affected a lot of people in a very, very negative way. You know, I have a lecturer that taught me almost 40 years ago in Ife. She's now 80s, I think 83 or 84. So then she called me and said, Demola, I have money in the bank. I can't go to the bank. The queue is, I don't want them to push me. How do I survive? It was a major challenge, and we'll pray that we won't see that type of experience again. Now, cashless can work anywhere in the world. The critical thing is to ensure that the necessary infrastructure and the required education that will facilitate the process is available. I'll give you an example of what happened in Australia. Australia is, as we know, is just a lone continent somewhere. Australia has one of the highest financial inclusion today in the world. Financial penetration in Australia is one of the highest. What did they do? They set up a committee about 50, 60 years ago that took a small percentage of banks' profits and used it for financial literacy. They set up a fund. That money goes to that financial literacy purse on a yearly basis and is used to train people, universities, schools, farmers, everywhere on financial literacy. Today, even as far back as 15, 20 years ago, they've been reaping the fruit or the result of it, which was why when you look at it, during the global crisis that occurred, Australia was not affected, and Canada, but Australia particularly. The level of preparation we need to make, the level of infrastructure that we need to put in place, the moment we can do that, we'll get, at least that will penetrate. That's number one. But there are two schools of thoughts. Some people believe that, well, there should be problem before there is solution. Why not create a problem first, then solution will run to catch it? Or create a solution, then start creating that then address the issues. So there are two ways. I think the best approach to reduce the pain for the people and to make it work is to ensure that the infrastructure on which, you can look at it at the time, NIPS, InstaSwitch infrastructure were just collapsing. At the point, I remember somebody was called to a meeting to come and explain why the infrastructure collapsed. Because I said, sir, we saw over 5,000% increase in the volume of transaction. We did not plan for this level of growth. Our pipelines, the slack that we had, the scale was so high. So, but that has also opened up the eyes of a lot of banks now and financial institutions who are now investing in expanding, their data processing capacity and go like that. So it can work, and it will work. In actual fact, that's the way to go. If you go to a shop in England today and you bring out £50, they'll be looking at you that, who is this guy? Where is he coming from? They will even have to check to be sure that it is real. We have to get there in this country because the cost of processing cash, the risk associated with cash, you will look at it, during this cash scarcity period, kidnapping dropped because there was no cash to pay. So the moment we have to look at that and make sure it works, I believe that we're going to get there eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. You are investing money in technology, correct? Good. We are doing the same thing too. So, two more questions from online, and then we'll pass on to one is for Wayemi. It says, when it comes to e-commerce, what are the opportunities today? All right. And then the second question, talking about education. There is a need to look into our public schools, including tertiary institutions, where we churn out students without IT skills. What can we do to rectify this? And then one question for Nike, just to close it out. It says, it calls you the Faith Foundation lady. Do we have programs for export business? So those are the questions. So take it and pass to one.
Okay. So I think from an e-commerce perspective, if you look at, and I mentioned Blue Ocean and Red Ocean, so you have a lot of sites that are out there that have, provide a platform where people can go upload information you want to, whatever you want to sell. You want to sell a car, you want to sell shirts, etc. Okay? So number one is if you want to create such a platform where you build your marketplace and your crowd, and then you can make money from people that are uploading to pay, people that want to get premium listings, people that want to pay for adverts, that's essentially an opportunity. So if you look at some of the successful platforms, you can actually say, you know what, I can build an ecosystem around this, start my own, and look for some unique value proposition to actually bring and create my own marketplace. And then the effect goes on from there, okay? Some other people might say, you know what, I don't want to build, so I just want to start by creating a page online, okay? There are tools that will help you. You don't have to be a programmer now to create a site, okay? You can decide to leverage some of those tools, or you can decide, you know what, I want to go to some of the popular social media platforms that will give you good, I think you mentioned it, give you good analytics, you do sponsored ads, etc., and that is your way of starting. And as the business grows, you can now decide, okay, you know what, maybe I'm too much for a social platform, and then I want to, leverage and build my own. The second question you asked, schools, okay? So education is really key, and I think some of the, a key direction that I feel we will see education going is moving, and we're seeing it already, a lot of online learning, okay? So you don't necessarily have to be in a physical classroom to get that learning. So you have a class of people that just want to learn, and we'll see a lot more practicalization. So there are some certain people that just want to learn just to get a certificate so they can put it on a CV and get a job, okay, and pass an interview. But you have some people with the dedication that actually say, you know what, I'm doing this not because I just want a certificate, but I want to build something. So I think we're going to see a lot more e-learning systems. There are a lot that people can take advantage of online that will actually, complement whatever formal education that is gotten. And I think with a combination of both, we will see, an improvement from an education, point of view.
Thank you. One more.
Yes. Sorry, if I can add on to that question. So for those who are looking to do the online e-commerce, Facebook, or now Meta, has a Meta Blueprint. If you go to Facebook, you need to have a Facebook account, but search for Meta Blueprint. They're free courses. They have like 3 or 4 levels. They're basic ones that you can take that help you understand how to, because it's a completely different ball game, right? From just using Facebook or Meta, so it has Meta for Facebook for business, Instagram for business, WhatsApp for business. I actually encourage everybody here that has a Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp for Business profile to go and take it. They're very free courses. If you spend about 4 or 5 hours back to back, you'll complete it. And it breaks down the back end, the platforms. How do you map your customers? How do you develop ads? How do you create content? How do you measure it? So many other things. Google also has a Google My Business certification for that too. I'm not aware of some of the other platforms, but please, Facebook Meta Blueprint courses and Google Business courses. And this is for anybody running a business. The other thing also is education is also something that is very passionate to my heart. And so 2 things for people to note, and even in the conversations of intellectuals, every time we focus on universities, if you look at the leading economies, if you even look at India and China, if you look at most of the Indian CEOs that are now CEOs of tech, they didn't go to universities in India, they went to technology schools. And so even we as an organization or community here need to start pushing technical vocational education and training. I think that is one of the missing gaps in our educational system. Our university only has about 10% carrying capacity for the number of people that we graduate and for the kind of economy that we want to grow, that produces for things. It is not university education. It is the Yaba Tech, it is the Universities of Science and Technologies, the College of Education with that. And anybody that is doing anything serious in government that is not doing anything about education needs to honestly, The third thing I want to say is that things are also happening, even in terms of technology. So the Nigerian Economic Summit Group recently, in the last 1 to 2 years, has worked with the Nigerian Universities Commission to set up what is called a triple helix roundtable. So that they're saying that, if the curriculum is not meeting the needs of now, not even to talk about the future. When I was in school, I was using, in 1997, it was notes that my professors had used in 1977 that we're using in that. And so one of the things they've done is to include entrepreneurship and digital technology within the curriculum. And they have been able to adopt that. The problem now is implementation. So even we as a group, those are the things that we need to advocate for, to say, okay, how do we ensure that our curriculum, even up to that level, is then practical to adapt entrepreneurship? Because any of our young people can study anything and be anything. And that's the way the world is now. Now, yes, we do have courses we actually do have access to markets courses. And there's a program that we are rolling out, I believe, in the next 2 to 3 months, on helping people access markets, not even just export, because like even Mezo was saying, we've not even satisfied the local market at all. So when people look externally, I know people who are shipping products to other parts outside of Lagos and really making a lot of money. Hopefully after would also be domesticated soon, because that's also what's holding out our programs, because there are a lot of opportunities within the African Regional Free Trade Agreement that is also going to help SMEs trade regionally, not just even internationally too. Yes, and so please be on the lookout for that. I will be happy to share that once we launch it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is free knowledge, free information.
All right, just before we go on to take written questions, I want to recognize the presence of Pastor Tunde Daniel, who was the PICP of LP54, New Okoba. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you so much for making it down here. We'll just take 2 or 3 questions. You would realize some of your questions have been answered already, and the questions that have been treated by the panelists. So we'll take 2 or 3 more, and then we'll round up for the day. Over to you, Ma.
Thank you very much. So we'll take a question here is for Nike. How large does your business have to be to seek for loans or for investment from other bodies? He said for exportation, but it need not be. How large should your business be before you actually go seeking for loans or support?
So I think that your business can be any site to seek for loans and support. It depends on who you are seeking the loans and support from and what their size is. So we're Lagos-based businesses here. Lagos State Employment Trust Fund has, through the, I think, 2 or 3 billion fund application, has opportunities to provide loans from 200,000 naira, I believe, to about 5 million naira. And so if you are if your business is in Lagos, you have proof of residency from LASRA and you pay tax, you can take advantage of any of the LSCTF programs. What I then know is that when you then get to much more, because this is a subsidized loan program, that's a bit easier. But for more other forms of institutional forms of financing, usually they'll prefer that your business is at an SME level. So you're generating revenues of, to be honest, at least 50 million naira. I think those questions are better for our banker and Mezo here. But usually from the experience that I've seen, at least 50 million naira and up significantly. But there are other requirements, again, in terms of your governance structure, your financing, your cash flow, how you've done. And that's one of the things that people really need to take away. At the end of the day, a big business does not start just like that. Yes, we do have the outliers that are the unicorns, but people want to be able to say, over the last 1 to 3 years, or since when you've started, have you been able to show sustainable growth? Have you been able to show efficient management? I always ask, I set up an advisory board, no matter how limited it is. There are things that people would look. So even if they don't give you financing now, in the next 1 to 3 years, they may look at you for that. So that's how I will address
Excellent.
that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me go to Mejbo here. There's somebody here who wants to start growing tomatoes and lettuce and other food items in Lekki and VI. And the question is, how can I start to do that kind of smart farming in this segment or this section of town?
Okay, so well, I guess the first question is that the assumption from that question is that you don't have the knowledge or access to the technology. So I think the way I approach it then is, who can you connect with to better understand the different variations of those options and technology, either hydroponics, greenhouses, and our sister organization, Sahel Consulting, provides that support. There is Africa Trade Makers Hub that has access to resources there as well. So it's important to, first of all, get access to that information. With that said, there are groups who are using greenhouses and various forms to do tomatoes and other vegetables on the outskirts of Lagos, going towards Shagamu, as well as towards Ekpe. And it would be also good to visit some of those groups to see what they're doing before you can then start to go down this path. But it is high capex expenditure. So it's not something you do with small amounts of money, it's high capex expenditure. So just to be aware that it will be a substantive sum to then decide you're then going to actually then go out and do this.
Yeah. But I guess the capex is one time, right?
It is one time upfront expenditure,
Yes. Upfront.
yes.
Okay. Thank you. So let's go to Waimi. Do you have a training facility for young Nigerians? In Oracle, you've talked the talk. People are saying, what are you doing to help?
Okay, so when you asked, I was going to answer no. If you're asking me.
Oracle, maybe?
Yeah, no, but the short answer is yes. I know I don't have the full details. I can't provide full details here, but there is an Oracle Academy that essentially supports, young people and does a lot of programs with, states and
Where can they
governments.
get the information? Websites?
I can drop
Okay.
I can drop my details and I can connect.
Okay, with
whoever.
that. Great, all right. So, Temala, this for you. Given the options of investing in stock or purchasing Forex to hedge right now, which is better for 2023? Answer well, oh, they are listening.
Okay, which one should I do? Buy stocks or buy FX? That's the summary. Okay, we need to look back. Why am I investing? Investment is a means to an end. It's not an end on its own. Depending on the stage of life that you find yourself, if you're a young person that wants to send kids to school abroad, or want to go and do schooling abroad, or want to do anything, I would advise you, go and buy FX gradually and be keeping it there. So what I'm saying in essence is that you don't just invest. There must be a reason that is making you to invest. So based on the stage of life that you find yourself and your future expenditure structure and profile, that will determine what you're going to do. Now, I just give an example. A young graduate wants to go and do masters in the UK or in the US. Don't go and put your money in stocks. The day you need your money, stock prices might be down. You cannot predict what it is. So if you can start buying your FX every month or every week as you earn your salary, it's better and safer for you. Now, but if you're a retiree, you know, your expenses are basically in local currency. You are collecting your gratuity or whatever. You don't have to go through the esoterics of investment of, of those FX. Just put your money in where your mouth is and be collecting your dividends and and you are okay. So both are good, but what must determine what you will do is a function of where you are on your life cycle and what your future expenditures are going to be. So that's what I do, two critical things. FX is a bit esoteric. If you don't understand how the market works, don't go into it. Unfortunately, so many people have gone to do investment online, FX trading on, and they have lost money. You will lose money. It's just very certain. So if you don't have that knowledge, or you are not, you're not very clear, don't go into it. But if you want to do stocks, look at those stocks that pay good dividends. I don't want to mention any name here. Stocks, particularly where there are foreign shareholding, because the foreigners want to take their dividends home. If you buy those ones, you will get dividend income. So you could look at those ones, or the ones that are quite large and are doing well in telco and etc. Like Bismarck mentioned to us, you can look at that. But there is no hard and fast rule about investing. Your future expenditure will determine what you invest in.
Thank you so much practical insight there. So I think that's the last question we'll take from this panel. I'll hand over to the MC.
So just to end, if you have one counsel, just one short counsel for the audience, what would it be? We'll start with Musa and go down the line. Just 1 minute, less than 1 minute.
Most of the people we engage with are business owners that are looking to build their businesses and looking to raise capital within the agribusiness sector. And what we see quite a bit, especially with smaller business, and Nika touched on it a little bit, is not enough governance and controls and processes around reporting. Now, if you have plans to go out and raise money, there's a question earlier about, what size am I raising to raise capital? It is if you're looking ahead, it's very important to make sure that very early on, you put those processes in place, you have the financial reporting in place, because it's that information that will then give visibility to an investor or a financier to then say, let me provide you capital. Now, along those lines, one of the businesses we started 12 years ago, Ace Foods, food processing company. On day one, we had a board with independent directors who were giving their time for very little or no money. And we had financial records that we built so that within 1 or 2 years, we can show 2 years track record to go out and then start raising capital. So very important. Most people want to just build the business and worry about the governance later. And it's very important to start the governance on day one.
Thank you. So my advice will be that it's not going to be an easy year, but only the resilient will survive. Please make sure you shore up on your financial literacy and management knowledge and your digital literacy knowledge. The financial one gives you deeper insights on what is working or what is not working in terms of your revenues and expenditure, and allows you to course correct immediately. In fact, gone are the days of like 5-10-year strategy plans. You're literally making plans as it evolves, and that's what you want to do. Number 2 is then your digital literacy then allows you to take advantage of applications, social media, to make sure that you're more efficient in your business. Please take advantage of that. And honestly, I wish you all the best. Make sure that you look for communities in your sectors, your value chains, your industry groups. You'll be very surprised at the support, the knowledge that you get even from that, and that motivates you to continue to go on. Thank you.
Okay, so for me, I'll say 2 key things. Number 1, we should keep thinking about how you can leverage technology to grow yourself personally, support your business, and how you can take advantage of it based on whatever goals you have, okay? And the second thing is, stay current with the technology trends, how they may affect you, and how you can essentially leverage them for growth. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joe. For me, I would say stay very close to your financial advisor, to your bank. Don't borrow unless it is absolutely necessary for your business. it is easy to borrow, but to repay is always difficult. My father taught me when I was much younger that somewhere, to eat is easy, but to pay back is where the pain is. So don't borrow unless it is necessary. And finally, come to Optimus Bank to open an account, and you will see what bank is all about. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I humbly implore you to be on your feet and give a rousing ovation to our panelists and our moderators. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Maz. Thank you so much for this. Could you quickly take pictures, please? Quick pictures. Just pictures. Just 2 minutes for pictures in front. Yeah, right in front. Yeah, okay. Thanks. You ready for photos, sir? Photos. Okay, so while we, please, you have your seats. Sorry, my apologies. Sorry. Please have your seats. While we take pictures. Please, you'll notice someone is going around already giving out lunch. If you haven't got yours, please indicate. We are supposed to leave here in the next 5-10 minutes after our closing prayer and vote of thanks. Okay, I also understand that we had an audience on Redeemed Television Ministry. For the audience there, thank you so much for being a part of it. Unfortunately, we didn't recognize you earlier enough. Our apologies for that. Thank you for tuning in and watching us live. For the young audience here, I noticed when Adeyemi was presenting, she kept on focusing on one side of the room. It seems we had a younger demographic there. But, some of us are old physically, but we are young at heart. It wasn't always for them. It was for everybody here. Okay. Please do well to try to follow everyone you've met here today on Instagram, on LinkedIn, because from time to time, you get tips that that'll be very helpful. Okay. Thanks so much, sir. Thank you so much for coming. Again, special recognition to our sponsors, Optimus Bank, Union Bank, ALML Group, Fidelity Pensions, Leather World, Tangerine, Leadway Assurance, Capital Field, Law FM 103.9, Alpha Morgan Capital, Jubilee Life Mortgage Bank. Okay. Please, could we reduce the rowdiness a bit? We're about taking our vote of thanks and closing remarks. Please join me as I make welcome Pastor Tunde Generola. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes up, please. Please, we're almost done. Please, just in 10 minutes we'll be done, please.
Wow. What a day it has been. I don't know about you, but I'm very privileged and indeed happy to be part of this session today. And I believe it's going to be a very remarkable day for many of us. My assignment here is simple, just to give a vote of thanks. So on behalf of the pastor in charge of province, our father in the Lord, Pastor Tunde Netufo, I'd like to start by giving thanks first to God, because he gave us the inspiration and direction for this summit. He gave the enablement, he gave the wisdom to put this program together. And if you look out there, he gave us such a beautiful weather that people are also able to come here. So we say thank you to God. And I also want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of us. But if at this point I stop, I would have completed that assignment. But I think we need to make special mention of certain people. So I would like first by saying a big thank you to our fathers in the faith, our spiritual fathers who came here this morning despite their very busy schedules and spent a lot of time with us. Many of them too numerous to mention, but I remember the pastor in charge of province, the pastor in charge of region, Pastor Charles Pandey was here. I remember our father, Pastor Oluboba was there. All our PICPs, all APICPs that were in attendance, all ministers, all pastors, we want to say thank you. God bless you. We appreciate your time. Daddy, thank you, sirs, and God bless you in Jesus' name. We want to appreciate very immensely the vessels that God has used this day to share knowledge, to give us information, and to set direction, particularly for the journey ahead for our nation. I'll start with our keynote address speaker, Mr. Bismarck J. Rewani. Yesterday when I was talking to him, he said, you will enjoy what I'm putting together for you. I believe that indeed we enjoyed that session with Bismarck. Let us appreciate, let us appreciate him and give thanks. In his absence, we say thank you to him. We also want to thank our panelists. Bismarck Rewani gave us the meat. But what the panelists have done is to just turn it into shreds that it will be easy for us to digest and run with. And I believe that the expositions they've given us this day is such that we'll be able to leverage on the information we have and benefit in the unfolding Nigeria as we expect it. I pray that as God has used them, He will continue to use them in the name of Jesus. What about our moderators? We will not take them for granted that they are members of the church. Mrs. Uwa Obo and Pastor Joe Umbulu, they brought to bear their wealth of experience, professionalism in coordinating what we saw today. We cannot thank you enough. And of course, our amiable MC, my dear Alvin, there was not going to be any dull moment with him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you. You agree with me that they've all done a very good job, and we thank God. How can we forget those who have shown us their kindness and generosity in supporting this our program, our sponsors and our partners? You know what happened? We only got out to them just about a week ago, and they all responded to us very positively, very timelessly. Optimus Bank, Leather World, Law FM, we have Union Bank, AML Group, Fidelity Pensions, Tangerine, Leadway Assurance, Alpha Morgan, Jubilee, Life. Just within a week, like Aaron and Hor, you have lifted our hands. The Lord will continue to lift you in your businesses in the name of Jesus. We also give sincere thanks to all our vendors and suppliers. And one thing that we particularly are happy about is that they kept to the terms of engagement, particularly with respect to the timeline of delivery. They've gone beyond the call of duty to ensure that that happens, despite the tight, timelines and laws that are set for them. We sincerely thank you. What more can I say to this gathering of August sittings in the month of April? You started with us right from the beginning of the day, and you are all still here with us physically and online. I want to say thank you to every one of you, and I want us to give ourselves a round of applause, a thunderous round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. There's a group of people who have worked day and night since the beginning of March, when we conceived the idea of this summit, right from the beginning of March, after the elections. So for a couple of, about 5 or 6 weeks, it's been sleepless days and nights, sleepless nights, and working difficult times during the day. The programs committee. If there is any member of the programs committee here this morning, please just stand up for recognition. We just want to say thank you to you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your skills. Thank you for your resources. There are some of them who are not here, but they are listening to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you in Jesus' name. You would agree with me that my assignment here this afternoon will be inconclusive if I do not appreciate the big masquerade in the hall. And this big masquerade, as you know, has many things combined together in one body. He's our friend, he's our coach, he's our leader, he's our father in the Lord, and many more. He's the pastor in charge of Redeemed Christian Church of God, Lagos Province 20, and the convener of this annual economic summit that we witnessed today, Pastor Tunde Netufo. He did not just bring up the idea of the summit. He did not just drop the idea and left it there. He pushed us, stimulated us, and also rolled out the dollars to ensure that we had enough to spend to be able to put this summit together. We want to say thank you, Daddy. God bless you. He's a leader of leaders. He's an encourager. We thank you immensely. You would agree with me that a new and prosperous Nigeria is possible. And I dare say that it's already loading. Please let us all play our parts and do our best to support the incoming government in building the new Nigeria that we all envision. Once again, I want to say thank you for making time to be with us today, both those who are here physically and those who are watching virtually, and helping us make this event a very successful one. We wish you a safe return to your respective destinations and pray that you will be alive to be part of this session in 2024 if the Lord tarries in the name of Jesus. Thank you, one, and thank you all. God bless you in the mighty name of Jesus. Just before we take the closing prayer, I would like to acquaint us with our programs. This is the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Christ the Lord Parish. Is the headquarters of Lagos Province 20. You can see on the screen our key programs in the course of the week. On Sunday, we have our worship service, 2 services on Sundays. The first one at 8 in the morning, and the second one at 10:20 in the morning. You can choose to be part of us here physically or watch online through any of our platforms. On Mondays, we also have a prayer session that we call Prayer Chain at 6:30 in the evening. And on Tuesday, we study the Word, digging deep. The same time, 6:30 in the evening. And on Thursday, we also have Faith Clinic, which is also a prayer time on Thursday at 6:30. So we meet Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays at 6:30, and on Sunday, 2 services. Please join us tomorrow. We invite you, particularly if you don't already have a place where you fellowship on a regular basis. You are welcome here. This is your home. Let us rise up as we take the closing prayers. Father, we want to thank you. We thank you because the beginning of this summit was with you. Thank you because you have been with us all through to see a peaceful and successful session. We thank you for the knowledge that has been shared, and we thank you for the understanding that we have. We thank you, O Lord, for the ability to run with the lessons that we have learned today. Father, Lord God of heaven, we ask that as we go, Lord, please go ahead of us in the name of Jesus. Father, we ask, even as we go into the world, let us begin to make a difference in our worlds from now in Jesus' mighty name. As a new Nigeria that we envision is unfolding, we pray, oh Lord, that we will not just be onlookers. We will play major parts, major roles in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, Lord God of heaven, we ask, if you delay your coming, next year, 2024, we'll have this summit in a bigger and better way in Jesus' mighty name. And everyone here saying amen shall be part of that session in the name of Jesus. Lord God of heaven, we thank you. Lord, we bless your holy name. As your people go, let them go back home safely. Let your name be glorified in us and through us.